Next meeting, yeah.
Welcome.
Yes, Broughton.
Here.
Chen.
Here.
Colantuna.
Here.
Manning.
Here.
Pertula.
Here.
Spector. Stallings.
Here.
Steinbrecher.
Here.
Stevens.
Here.
And Mendoza.
Here.
It's here.
We don't have any items on the closed session, so we're going to go ahead and move to the open session this morning. I don't have anything to report on the chair's report, but is there anyone present who wants to make public comment during the meeting today? Seeing no one, I guess we don't have an exciting agenda. We'll go ahead and move on. We don't have anything on the consent agenda this morning, so we'll move on to business. Item A, proposed amendments to admissions rules for a qualification of out-of-state attorney applicants to file moral character determination applications. Return from public comment, that's a short title. And Mark Torres-Gill?
Yes, good morning, everybody. Mark Torres-Gill, program manager of the Moral Character Determinations Unit. This is thank you. This is a return from public comment, a requested revision to admissions rule 4.41. 4.41 provides that out-of-state attorneys who apply for licenses in California cannot submit moral character determination applications if they are presently under suspension. The proposed revision provides that, merely clarifies that the suspension would be for disciplinary suspension and would not apply to administrative type suspensions, which was effectively what the rule, how the rule was originally intended to operate. At the direction of the board, that proposed revision went out for public comment, and that public comment expired on October 25th of 2017, and no public comments were received. So as a consequence, we're asking that the program committee recommend to the Board of Trustees that the clarifying revision to Rule 4.41 be approved. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Mark seconds. Any other discussion on this item? Any questions? Is there any objection to substituting the roll call? Seeing none, resolution passes.
Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda, item B, we have an update from the Office of Admissions. Amy Nunez, who will be presenting on that.
Good morning. One of the first items, good morning, Council. I'm Amy Nunez, Interim Director of the Office of Admissions. One of the first items that I want to present on is the AIMS. This is the Admissions Information Management System and where we are with that implementation. Andrew will help you with this.
Thank you, Amy. My name is Andrew Conover. I'm an analyst in the OII unit, and I have been designated the program manager for the Admissions Information Management System. So I'll give an update on what has happened since the board approved this project at the very end of January. Shortly thereafter, we entered into an agreement with Salesforce for the software licenses. Those are now active, and we are in the final stages of negotiations with Slalom Consulting, who will be doing the implementation of the Salesforce platform for admissions. And we expect that contract back from General Counsel next Tuesday. And we have, at this point, a tentative start date of the following Monday, the 19th. And you could characterize the timeline at this point as in two large sections. The first 10-week section deemed as discovery, where Slalom would come in and sit down with the subject matter experts that Amy has identified and associated with the various workflows that germane to their area of operations, and basically validate the work that was done by Birdie that we used to go out to bid last year. So following that 10-week period, after a short acceptance period, we will then move into the development phase, which is estimated to be about 24 weeks, with a rough tentative go live in mid-October at this point. So nothing has been executed yet, other than the Salesforce licenses, but we're getting very close to a project launch on that front.
And I would just add that for the trustees' benefit, the timeline is on the dashboard that's attached to the materials for our Board of Trustees meetings. So if you want to see the timeline and see where we are on that as we proceed, you can just take a look at that dashboard every meeting.
All right. Any questions related to the AIMS project? Wonderful. So the next item I want to talk about is the February 2018 bar exam that was completed last week. We had a historical record number of bar exam applicants. This year, we had a total of 6,178 bar exam applicants. At this point, we're still trying to ascertain the number that showed up. There's typically a 10% rate that do not show up to the bar exam. And when AIMS is up and running, this number will be easy to get to, but at the moment, it's a lot of manual work to determine how many of those that registered, how many actually sat for the full exam. Of the 6,178 that applied for the bar exam, 421 had testing accommodations. So again, this is one of the largest exams that we've had for a February bar exam. We were at 10 separate sites across California. We did have some technical challenges, but overall, we were able to accommodate all applicants. All right. Any questions related to that? Great. So I'd also like to give an update on the Productive Mindset Intervention Project. So the opportunity to register and participate in the intervention has occurred. It went live as part of our bar exam registration for the July 2018 exam. That happened on March 1st. So we are excited and hoping that students will find this project of interest and sign up. Again, the entire process is voluntary. So I don't know where we're at in terms of numbers, but we went live last week. As part of that initiative, once the July bar exam is done, participants will also have the opportunity to share their experiences through focus groups, and that is all included in the website registration process. And so, once more, once a bar exam is completed and grading has been completed, for those that participated in the project and who volunteered and approved the use of their exam results, we will be able to determine if the exam performance improved as part of this initiative. So that will be forthcoming, and most likely the grading process doesn't happen until November after the July bar exam.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Mark Robin, can people that are have applied for the July bar, can they still take advantage of that, or is it closed?
No, it's open. It's open through the end of the bar registration, which is April 15th. Oh, I'm sorry, June 15th.
John, what are we doing to drive uptake? How are we marketing this opportunity?
It's my understanding that right now it's simply when you go into the bar exam, it is something that pops up. It's on the landing page of the registration. I don't know if we're doing more beyond that.
Yeah, if there is more that we could do, I would encourage it. Perhaps we could reach out to the law school deans and ask them to try to get a message out to their cohort of students who are taking the exam.
Thank you. All right. So I want to talk about the job analysis that is coming up. Ron Ty, unfortunately, or cannot be here this morning, so I'm going to stand in for the background on the job analysis. So as you may recall, the impetus for this job analysis stems from the findings of the 2017 studies that happened. So the content validation study recommended that we conduct a California-specific study on legal practice, that we conduct that on the base, that as a basis for reevaluating the content validity of the bar exam. So that has compelled us to start the job analysis, as well as a statutory requirement that was part of Business and Profession Code 6046.8 that passed in 2016. And again, that code requires that every 7 years we're directed by the Supreme Court to evaluate the bar exam. So with that in mind, we are embarking on this job analysis shortly. The purpose of the exam, the job analysis study, is to ensure that exam content, again, this is looking at the breadth, the depth, and complexity of the exam as it relates to the knowledge of and skills that are required for entry-level attorneys. It's going to provide documented link between the exam content and current legal practices. It's going to assess the adequacy of exam format in testing requisite knowledge and skills. It's going to also provide a blueprint for question development and selection, and inform the development of minimum competence definition for standard setting. Again, the standard setting is part of the CUT score evaluation. So we anticipate gaining a lot of knowledge from this job analysis. Where we're at in the process right now is we are developing a request for information so we can learn about our options as we select a consultant for this in a testing service and for the specialization in job analysis, because we have the, but it's an opportunity and a challenge to conduct a job analysis in the legal, for an attorney position or for the attorney field in general. We are embarking on something that no other state or state bar jurisdiction has taken on. So it's very specialized, and we are marrying two different concepts: the job analysis function as well as the legal field, exploring the legal field. The other thing we're doing is we're going to request for funding to Access Select's institution to help provide funding for this study, and they have expressed interest in moving on with this initiative. So with that, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things, the elements that are going to be part of this job analysis. So we are hoping to develop a working group that will help throughout the process of this study. And when I say help, what we want is a national panel that has expertise in this arena that will help both us address the data collection process, the data synthesis, and the data interpretation. And we believe that with national expertise in this working group that we will be able to accomplish that. So more to come on that in the near future. So any questions on the job analysis? Okay, so the last item I want to leave you with is an update on something that you might be aware of. At the February meeting, where there was a discussion about the John F. Kennedy Law School. They submitted a request to expand their law school by opening a new branch campus in San Jose, California. This was met with some conflict. A dean at a school in San Jose from a CALS accredited school presented at the meeting and raised a lot of concern, mostly related to antitrust, arguing that the request did not have sufficient information, and also about the relationship between the program manager and the dean of this university. And so what we're doing in response is that OGC has reviewed some of these claims and will be issuing a response to that. We are all, and also ensuring that we've done the antitrust review. We've also reassigned this to another program manager in the Office of Admissions so that there is no bias in terms of this relationship. The current program manager that was questioned in terms of their relationship is George Leal. He is not working on this agenda item. It has been reassigned to Natalie Leonard, another program manager who's been in the Office of Admissions for some time and is over the California Board of Legal Specialization. And lastly, this agenda item will appear at the March 23rd CBE meeting in San Francisco, and it will include more information in a de novo review of the historical context and where we ended up with the guidelines, as well as how this proposal conforms or reflects other ones that we have received and either approved and denied. So there's more to come on this on March 23rd.
Amy?
Yes.
Is the committee bar examiners going to talk about whether or not they need to elaborate on the rules further?
Yes, I think that that will be a proposal in this next piece, is to revisit both the rule and the guideline to see whether we need to revisit that or not.
Anybody have any other questions for Amy on this particular item?
All right. Well, thank you. That's all I have.
You done? Thank you, Amy.
Sure.
Item C on the agenda has been withdrawn and will be moved to the work plan and presented at the May Programs Committee meeting in San Francisco. We'll move on to agenda item D, which is our biggest agenda item today. It's regarding amendments to the strategic plan, goal 4, regarding access to justice. As we all know, that in our February board meeting, we took action to adopt modifications to goals 1, 2, 3, and 5 of our strategic plan that covers the years 2017 to 2022. And due to time constraints and the desire to have a in-person discussion on item objective 4, goal 4, excuse me, we moved that item to today's programs committee meeting. We'll address it a little bit further at the full board meeting, but the idea is to go through the many ideas that came up at our January planning session and determine, are we going to do all of the ideas that were raised as objectives, considering we're already 1 year into our 5-year plan. Once we figure out what we do want to do, we need to prioritize those things. We may decide we want to do them all, but we'll still have to prioritize what needs to come first. So with that stated, I'm sure everybody read every bit of additional background information that we sent you on these issues. I'd like to first begin with the objectives relating to lawyer referral services and the special admissions rules. We don't really need to talk about those unless you have something specific you'd like to add, but we've already have staff looking at both of those issues, and they've been directed to look at those with an eye towards access to justice. So since those are already in process from last year, and we're just expanding it a little bit, there's really nothing further to discuss, and those should stay on our strategic plan. So, that being said, there's several other items on here that we need to talk about and decide if we want to do them and in what order they need to be done. Would anybody like to open this discussion with their thoughts? Michael?
I think we may want to go through this portion of the strategic plan goal by goal and remind us what the current goal is, give them, and spark a discussion about each one.
On the overhead, we have objective, it's identified as E, which is study online legal service delivery models, etc. It's actually C on the smaller handout that you have, but we provided you materials regarding whether or not the robots can practice law, and artificial intelligence, online forms, and so forth. We, as we go through this particular item, you need to keep in mind that technology is significantly changing the practice of law, and the state bar hasn't addressed formally any of the regulation issues with respect to these items, whether or not we want to be progressive with allowing some of these technology changes to stay in California, or if we're going to be like some of the other states have had opinions that come out that actually restrict these things. So the question is, how quickly do we want to address these things? How do we want to proceed with addressing them? Do we want to keep this on strategic plan for now?
So speaking for myself, the goal as stated strikes me something we really should be focusing on given what's going on in the world around us. I'd like to know a little bit more about the suggestion of a committee or a task force, however, because I think that's a resource commitment decision that we should make carefully. So what is intended by this suggestion for a task force or a committee?
I think what we were attempting to do is to try to clarify for the board what it would practically mean, adoption of this. This would be an objective under Goal 4 of the strategic plan. And so this is just an idea, one way that we might proceed, drawing heavily from the Oregon model, which is part of the materials that were sent out as in preparation for this agenda item. So, you know, the thought would be that you would tackle something as unwieldy and challenge or complex as this topic with a task force. That would be a significant effort. I think it would be a 12 to 18 month process that would have to be staffed. So that is accurate. And I think part of what Joanna wants to flesh out, and certainly I do, is what the implications would be should the board decide to undertake all of these objectives, even within the 4 years that we have remaining in the strategic plan. You know, we have to ask if we have the capacity to do all of these things.
The only other comment I would make about this is that in each of our areas of inquiry, I think we need to balance our two competing objectives, consumer protection and access to justice. And those two goals often point in different directions and need to be harmonized. And this admirably includes our access to justice commitment, which I think had been neglected in some of our policymaking in the past. We shouldn't lose track of the consumer protection either. Although I have to be frank, I'm not entirely sure what consumer protection in the electronic space means. And I think there's more thought that needs to be had. But I do think this topic is important. It belongs in our strategic plan. I don't know that the task force belongs as a year 2 objective. However, it might be a year 5 objective, just given everything else that's going on around here. You've got a lot of plates spinning.
No question about that. There's not a lot of state bars across the country that are tackling the very challenging subject of how you regulate technology issues online. And it's part of lawyers being very slow to adopt changes. And I think California needs to show leadership. We've been caught up in a lot of other things recently, and I think considering things are just getting even more advanced while we sit around and deal with other issues, I think we need to make sure this stays on the strategic plan somehow, because we need to show some leadership in this respect.
So I, for one, would be happy to keep Goal E in the strategic plan. I would suggest we work in consumer protection somehow as well.
In the language of the objective?
Yeah.
I think that we have support and or regulate the expansion of access, but certainly that could be reworded to include annotation or something more clear around consumer protection. I don't know
Could
if
just
you
add
can
to the end.
wordsmith it right now.
We could add to the end while attending to consumer protection goals.
And then in terms of the time frame, well, I'd like to hear, because I do want to make sure the rest of the board is in agreement with the inclusion of this in the plan. As Joanna mentions, we would be kind of forward-leaning here in intentionally addressing this as a state. There are a couple of other jurisdictions that have done so and come out on different sides of the coin on this. I certainly am in support of our moving in this direction, but any other board commentary, my other question would be, what is the appropriate time frame? Certainly, we're not going to get this done by the end of this year or the end of next. But we should put some date parameters around this.
I'd like to hear from other board members. Brandon?
Yeah, I think just in speaking with other attorneys, this is definitely something at the forefront of legal professionals' minds. And I think the bar really does need to take a leadership role in the shaping of policy in regards to this area. We're not going to be left behind by technology. And to borrow Stacy's line of, with the wind of technology at our back, I think certainly some of these things can be addressed, can be harnessed to address the access to justice issues. I think one of the more poignant statements that came out of the planning session was that it's important not only to have the right solution, because there's a lot of different solutions out there, but maybe different solutions will address those different aspects of access to justice in rural areas, and those could involve technology. And I think it's certainly incumbent upon this body to look at those fully. So I support really C, D, E, F, and G as being a part of the strategic plan. I think they all touch on different aspects that the bar should show leadership in. And coming from a rural county and understanding the demographics of the rural county that I come from and other rural counties, I think we're going to continue to see a need for competent representation in those areas, especially with high migrant populations and the different needs that they have, especially with different things going on in today's political world. So I think it is incumbent upon the bar to take to take up that banner at this point, and especially in the short term and then in the long term. So I don't think this is going to be a solution that presents itself within the next year or even 5, but I think certainly get the ball rolling.
So are you suggesting then we should make it a priority to start this process?
Absolutely, and I am mindful of the limitation of resources and the vast array of initiatives that we have.
It's challenging, right? Brandon's comments. I think all of these are worthwhile objectives to achieve and should stay in the strategic plan. I think the question is one of prioritization. Frankly, I think that we should start C and D, because I think those are long-term and difficult issues to address. But I'm certainly open to discussion about that. And it's a question, I think, of staff resources and what Leah thinks we can actually, how much we can actually accomplish. So how much we start now and how much we defer. But to me, again, C and D are really important because those are going to be long-term solutions.
Mark?
I almost hesitate to mention this, but California Commission on Access to Justice has actually been looking at some of these technical issues, if you will, with respect to technology and so forth. It might be something that we could ask if they would assist us on, if not do this type of study, because they may have more of the ability to do it than we do here on our committee structure staff-wise. It's just something to think about. The other thing I'm not really clear on is if you can put back up where we were, we moved, is can you go back to, can you go back to where we were? You moved, there we go. Whoops. Online legal service delivery models. I'm not exactly sure what that is, what we're specifically talking about there. But that has always confused me, exactly what that is. But anyway, I would think that maybe some of our other subcommittees might be able to tackle this.
It was brought to my attention that even if we get the commission and access to justice involved, it's still state bar staff. And so, it needs to be, we're gonna have to allocate the state bar resources on these things. We're gonna have to prioritize them. And there definitely might be a role that the commission could play in these. We could direct staff to take a look at that issue and come back to us on the best way to proceed. But we still need to prioritize these ourselves, resource limitations.
Do we have an idea?
Brandon?
Sorry, I'm without a microphone here. Oh, here. Do we have a ballpark estimate of the number of hours or potential cost for each of these agenda items?
No, we don't.
A lot and a lot.
And I don't think there's a lot of cost to all of them, but certainly staff time. And I do want to go back, Mark, to your question about what are we talking about. So we're talking about the ABO, the Rocket Lawyer, the LegalZoom. That's what we're talking about here when we are referencing online legal service providers and the space where the state bar really has not acted in terms of regulation. And so the material, right, that you have gives you some indication of what they've done in Oregon, which I think is ahead of us, right, and looking at changes to the rules of professional conduct to allow some of this, these new business structures. Then you have Bureau practice law, that's looking at even further out the blockchain technology and sort of automated contract finalization, all of that without any kind of human intervention. So I think that the scope of this potentially is quite extensive.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, the way it's phrased, it almost presumes that there needs to be regulation, and there may not necessarily need to be regulation.
Well, a decision needs to be made
Right.
about whether or not you regulate, and if so, how.
So, yeah, I agree we have to do the study, we have to look at the issue, but I don't necessarily agree that there's anything that ultimately we have to do about it, perhaps, but you do need to look at it. In terms of the other things that we have to do, I would agree with the others that it probably goes towards the end of our things that we have to do as opposed to upfront.
I wanted to address the justice gap study issue. One of the questions is exactly what is the scope of the justice gap in California? I'm not sure that we have a full understanding of that and what it is. And in order to better focus on our objectives, it would be very helpful to have that information. I'm not sure the last time one was done for California. I know other states have had it done, and if you read through the materials, there are references to some justice gap studies that have been done in other states. I'm not sure how much it would be helpful to us because California is such a large, diverse population, geographically as well as with respect to the diversity of our population itself. I have no idea if we've looked at how much that would cost and if that's really a staff-driven issue, or I don't see a reason to put a task force together for this.
Well, the study that the Legal Services Corporation did that we heard about at the ADJOURN planning session, I believe the cost of that study was $150,000. And that was a national study. Now, it did use this new kind of, or it's new to me, I'm not a researcher, but this panel methodology. So existing panels through a national resource consortium, as opposed to going out and trying to randomly survey people across the country, because I was surprised the $150,000 price tag seemed very reasonable. But in speaking to that individual with LSC, I certainly believe we can leverage what they've already done, potentially see if there are California panels that we could work with. So I didn't get the impression that we needed to budget anything beyond, say, $150,000 to do a study here, trying to replicate that methodology. I think we would most certainly benefit from partnering with LSC and not attempting to sort of start from scratch when we don't need to. I don't know that we would need a task force. He did, Carlos, the man from LSC, say to the extent that we could involve the provider community, our outcomes will be better. So that's sort of a natural effort to try to pair or partner with the Access Commission on because of their reach into the provider community.
So the question comes with, we don't have anything in this year's budget for that. Is this something we want to start sooner rather than later? Do we want to wait until we can budget it for the following year? Do we want to direct staff to look at the possibility of a grant to get this study done? Any other thoughts on this?
Are you talking about the gap study, the justice gap study?
Yeah.
I think the grant, is really a good idea in terms of pursuing that kind of opportunity. I think it would be cool if we want to find something like that kind of justice gap. Talking about the online services, though, I do think it's something that not only needs to be in the plan, but I think that we should be a little more, I won't say aggressive, but I think the space is going to be filled whether we do anything or not. I think there's going to be people out there coming on, making up things that they put online, like LegalZoom and those kinds of things, that people we rely on in the public sector, and without any sort of oversight from the bar, how do they get in? Are they vetted through the bar at all? As to what advice they're giving people and what people are learning? Because that whole thing about people's protecting the public, I do think that's our responsibility, even to the fact of groups or businesses that are doing that kind of thing. So I would think that we would be a little more aggressive on this online thing. I do think it really, because I know people who've done LegalZoom and are involved in all sorts of things. They're like, I had no idea this is what was going to happen when I signed up for this. So that's just my 2 cents. I think we should, it definitely needs to be in the plan, and I think it should be something we should put down, even if it's just seed money now, or some sort of like trying to do a little bit of something, and then actively sort of pursuing this in terms of getting funded somewhere else.
Donna?
Yeah, as to the online legal services delivery, that's worse.
We're just going to pass this one mic around, but I would encourage the board, excuse me, I would encourage the board to think broadly about technology and access to justice, and not just looking at whether regulations need to be changed to support or not this kind of online legal services, this kind of online delivery model. We can really take a leadership role with legal services providers, and encouraging them to use technologies in ways, sort of adding on to what Brandon was saying, use technologies in ways to get to some of the rural communities. I know there have been some projects where legal services providers had self-help centers in the courts, and it was in areas that they didn't have staff, and so what they had were computers and online chat help and a variety of technological methods to provide services beyond their physical capabilities. And so I think we could really take a leadership role in helping promote those kinds of technological solutions as well. And so I would encourage you to sort of think broadly as we're looking at that objective.
I wanted to briefly address the item, well, objective D on your short attachment. I believe it's numbered differently in your materials, having to do with paraprofessionals and limited licensed legal technicians. We had a task force that thoroughly went through this issue a few years ago and recommended the board follow up on it, and there's been no follow-up. It's a time-consuming process to put together a program like this, and it would have to be determined whether or not the state bar would be regulating somebody other than lawyers But if you read the Oregon Futures Report materials were very thorough, talking about all the different states that have some similar programs, the differences in those programs, and the value to having these programs. I think we need to follow up on this because we've already put it off because of all the reforms we've been involved in. I would like to hear some thoughts on this from the board members. Michael?
I'm of competing thoughts on this one. I absolutely believe the justice gap is going to be filled not by lawyers, but by paraprofessionals, technology, information services, implicit legal knowledge, etc. So I think allowing California into the small club of states that allow this kind of service provision is inevitable. On the other hand, we did a pretty thorough study of this issue a few years ago, and I think our stakeholders were not especially interested in pursuing the changes in court rules and in statutes that would be required to pursue this. And I'm wondering if this is the time to take it up again. So I think it's important, but I'm not sure that there's a support out there to pursue it now. And so I'm not sure that I would put this even in the 5-year range.
One of the concepts that Oregon had that I really liked was it talked about people who had their JD and didn't necessarily pass the bar exam would be perfect for this type of program, which would increase the employability of individuals who may not be able to pass the bar exam, but do have the skill set necessary to help fill the justice gap in a unique way. And given the problems with student loan debt and so forth, I think the situation's only going to get worse, and it's one of the reasons we might want to start taking a look at this.
Alan Steinbrecher. If we did a comprehensive review a couple of years ago, and we think that this review that we're contemplating might take several years to complete, out to 5 years, whatever, we would be then 7 years ahead of where we are at the moment. And I think that's a worthwhile investment. So with the rate of technological change and perhaps the acceptance of technological change among our stakeholders, I would argue in favor of keeping this on the list of strategic objectives and pursuing it, again, recognizing priority constraints on staff time and so forth. But again, to repeat myself, I think C and D are two extremely important considerations for access to justice and the proper control of the profession. To go back to a earlier question, Joanne, that you had, for even for a $150,000 study, given our position now with the crying need for increased dues and so forth, I would feel more comfortable if we held off on that and worked it into next year's budget as opposed to trying to find the money this year to begin it. Again, maybe we have it, maybe we could find it, maybe it would be more appropriate, but I wouldn't want to jeopardize our position regarding a dues increase by starting something that we couldn't clearly cover easily.
I just want to make a comment on the funding sources of justice gap study. I think there are potentially other funding sources within the organization, including discretionary grant money that we do already have, voluntary donations that we collect. So I don't know, I think maybe staff could be directed to come back and identify potential funding sources.
I would be open to creative solutions like that, and not taking this out of the budget.
You're so directed. Yeah, Mark?
Yeah, just on the previous gap studies, was there any comparison between the cost of these paraprofessionals and the cost if an attorney did it? I haven't seen any of that. And the reason I asked that question is I was doing my own little independent survey around the Central Valley, and one of the comments that was made to me was that where paraprofessionals had been used, that eventually the cost of using them had risen almost to the extent of attorneys. which in essence would defeat the purpose. So that's one of the reasons that I asked that question. The other thing is that, all of these items that we're talking about under this goal are important, and I think we want to accomplish them all. The question I have is how are we going to do all these things? And maybe it would behoove us, and not necessarily here, but to actually sit down and say, how can we get this done? How can we get that done? What is the requirements to do that? I don't think we've ever done it, but they're all important. I just don't know how at this stage we're going to do them all.
The last one that's listed, with regard to law school tuition in California and the ability to obtain legal employment after becoming licensed, I'm not really sure the role the State Bar would be taking with respect to tuition issues. I struggle with that one. Of course, it's just talking about doing a study, but what would we be doing with that study is the big question. I don't really see that there's anything we can do with respect to adjusting law school tuition. That's a market issue, not a regulatory issue. So I struggle with that objective. I see the importance of it, but I'm not really sure of our role in that. Anybody else have some thoughts?
Brandon Stallings, I could see the State Bar taking a role in advocating for certain programs to provide that tuition assistance if there is a buy-in from the student to participate in some sort of rural practice or with bridging that justice gap, working for a legal aid organization. The State Bar advocating for the expansion of what loan forgiveness currently looks like, to actually, get people to buy in to working with indigent individuals. I think there's a lot of good intentions out there, but those good intentions can't be followed through with because of law school debt. And so if we study the impact the law school debt has on this overall justice gap issue, and then have a strong message coming in or that we can take to various stakeholders, whether at the federal government level, at state funding level, to try and fund some of these programs. I think that we can be that leader in the area to address rising student costs. While we certainly cannot impact the tuition, the continual tuition increase, I think that hopefully that the free market looks at these different funding streams and makes better decisions as far as how they're approaching the rising tuition costs. I think if you have an organization such as the State Bar saying that this is a very real issue, then perhaps those stakeholders respond.
Brandon, let me ask you, there's another item on another objective listed, and that's increasing access to justice in rural areas by supporting targeted loan forgiveness and/or incubator programs. How do you see that objective as different from the one with respect to studying tuition?
Well, obviously, the higher the tuition is, the more debt the individual's going to incur. So I think they go fairly hand in hand. There might be the same issues involved in both of those objectives. So, I mean, maybe we could combine the two objectives to have a more targeted approach, but I see them as being hand in hand. And then from a public protection standpoint, I think we've seen lots of studies showing that when an individual is under increased financial pressure, they tend to use substances to kind of dull some of those feelings of feeling overwhelmed. And so I certainly think there is a public protection nexus between rising costs and then a person maybe sliding into substance abuse or alcohol abuse.
I certainly think that all of these are interrelated in some respect or another. The justice gap study we're talking about would feed into the other objectives as well. Being able to use technology, limited licensed legal technicians and so forth, these are all related to each other in one respect or another. Would any other trustee like to talk about the issue that Brandon has been speaking on with regard to loan forgiveness, incubator programs? Brandon? Sorry.
The other thing I was going to add to Todd Stevens, what Brandon was saying is that, well, we can't regulate tuition. We can be a spotlight. We can be a voice. We can keep the issue in the forefront and be a place where people can come. We can provide forum opportunities. We can provide symposium opportunities. I think there's a lot that the State Bar can do, but we can't regulate tuition. We can't change the market, obviously, but we can be a voice. And it's an access to justice issue, so it's our job. It's incumbent on us to keep the issue alive, I think, because it is a rising, growing problem, and that's the place that the State Bar can provide policy, oversight, be the spotlight, be the voice. Back to the technology issue, I think California lawyers are uniquely situated in sort of the heavy weight, if you will, of our bar in technology and lawyers in this state with those expertise issues. So I think we do need to take a leadership role in technology issues, because we have a bar that's uniquely educated in the issues. So I think we do have that job to be in the forefront, and don't sit back and let the technology market get in front of us. We stay in front of it. True, it's a long-term, big goal, but one, again, that we need to keep on our working plan, and that we are uniquely situated. I mean, we're not that Oregon and Washington aren't, love those states, but we are even more so given our size and given the breadth of technology, legal knowledge in this state. It's unique.
And then I hate to put you on the spot, but I haven't heard anything from you yet, and I was hoping to get your thoughts on these things.
Mark and I have been talking about it. So, this is Highland. I agree that we should get the Commission on Access to Justice involved in this. They are, Mark and I have attended a number of their meetings, and they are discussing these almost the exact same things, incubators in rural areas and what have you. I recognize that involves the same State Bar staff. I'm in agreement that these are important issues that we should look into, and I'm supportive of looking into the online service providers now.
I think it would be appropriate to ask the staff to give us some direction with respect to the commission and what role they should be playing as we go forward. So we can delegate things appropriately, and we have a Appendix I issue with the commission. We haven't fully resolved yet, and we don't know what's going to ultimately happen with that. So that's, no matter what, we have to take responsibility for these objectives, regardless of how we might decide they're going to be delegated. Our oversight role is going to stay in place. So we are taking it on, even if we're hoping to get somebody else to do the work. So just to keep that in mind. John, you want to add anything?
No, I mean, all of the objectives seem worthy. It's a little early for me from a priority standpoint to understand exactly how to prioritize it, the resources to prioritize them. And I think that's really going to be where the rubber meets the road, where we spend the time and the resources, and watch that over the next few months to see. That's what I'm most interested in.
My thoughts are. You okay, Mark?
Yeah, well, I can't bring this up on my computer, so, excuse me. I tend to agree with Joanna. I'm not sure why G is in here, particularly with respect to the previous, that we're dealing with the loan forgiveness issues. I just don't know what our role is here and what belongs in the strategic plan. So those are my thoughts.
I'm thinking that perhaps Mark and I, take into consideration the conversation that we had today, to try and analyze what everyone's thoughts are and put together a list of priorities on these objectives. And the staff has been directed with respect to a couple of things. And thinking maybe we come back in May unless we can set an earlier programs committee call or something like that to finalize this. But we also are, this is going to the Board of Trustees tomorrow, and we can get further feedback from those board members that are not here today. That's my initial thought. Okay, did you have something?
I just wanted to suggest that maybe, and I hope that this hasn't come up as I've been multitasking here, but it seems to me like this might be part of what we fold into the justice gap study. So rather than having it broken out as a separate item, that when we think about the justice gap study, this is an issue that touches on the justice gap. And so it becomes included in the thinking about planning for and the development of a justice gap study. And that would allow us to cover it without it being a standalone item.
I think that's an interesting approach. It will take our study sort of outside of or beyond what the LSC did, but it is a way to kind of advance several of these issues, get a better understanding of their impact without committing ourselves at this point to doing anything in particular. So with respect to law school tuition, for example, and the impact that that is having on access. Could incorporate that in. My hesitation, Joanna, to putting this off until May is that I do think time is marching on, and so we want to the extent that we can, finalize the amendments to the strat plan that we're going to make this year. Staff can, in the hours that we have between now and tomorrow's board meeting, work to do a little bit of the sort of organization that you'd like to see here. That would be my thought, as opposed to trying to hold it off until May.
Michael?
My sense is that all of these are great ideas, and the challenge for us is to figure out which idea to pursue first, because we can't do them all. And we can't do them all at the same time. If I had to articulate for myself what I think our single highest priority should be in the coming year, just the year, it's the study that we're talking about. That study is the thing that we're doing that's really innovative, and that will make a difference for California and perhaps for the country. And so beyond that, I'm not sure what our priorities ought to be, but that's my priority.
My only concern is obviously budget, and we know there's a justice gap. So in some areas, there's really no reason to hold off because we know there's a gap that needs to be filled. So I'm inclined myself to start moving on the technology issue because it's going to take a little while, and it's happening now and it hasn't been addressed. And then, we can, I don't know how long the justice gap study is even going to take. That's another problem. I don't want to hold off on everything while we're waiting for a study to be done. Anybody else want to weigh in on this?
Well, we can, chew gum and tie our shoes or walk or whatever the expression is. So I think it's not inconceivable that we can try to move forward on both of those fronts. I think let us do some thinking, because I do get a general sense that there's interest in moving forward with the study and moving forward on the technology piece. And doing both of those sort of sooner rather than later. So why don't you let us think through and maybe how we might attempt to get both of those things off the ground this year. Not saying they'll be completed this year, but get them started and maybe move some of the other items like the triple LT into further out years on the strategic plan. That would be my initial thinking.
That's a good idea. I was trying to avoid making more work for you, but I'm happy to do so. Anybody else want to weigh in on this before staff goes off and fixes everything for us and presents it again? Fresh and new tomorrow?
Debbie Manning. I appreciate staff wanting to take this sort of thing on and saying, yeah, give us an opportunity to see what we can do. I like that can-do attitude. Go for it.
So, there's really no resolution at this point, other than directing staff to present something for tomorrow. So, you all good with that? My real bosses? I'm talking to the
Sure. I mean, I do think if we scroll up through them, you've given us some direction that we can do here. I think with respect to the LRS rules revision, you didn't clarify, Joanna, that's not currently in the strategic plan. It is in the work plan. I I think you're thinking is that that would move into the strategic plan, and there'd be a clarification that with respect to both the LRS rules revision and the special admissions rules revision, that we would approach those with an access to justice perspective. So that's a kind of, I think, something that's been resolved that would then be recommended to the board. And certainly some interest in moving forward in all of the remaining items on this list of objectives with the direction to staff to sort of organize and sequence, put forward a recommended organization and sequence for discussion tomorrow.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant to say. Thank you.
Okay.
So is there any further discussion on this topic before we move on to the next? Seeing none. The last item on the agenda is the work plan discussion. And this, we're going to focus not on the entire work plan, but on the Appendix I working groups. As you're all aware, we've assigned 2 trustee working groups for the review of sub-entities that have been assigned to the programs committee, as well as to the evaluation of special admissions rules and the considering new topics for the MCLE requirement. We asked you to come today prepared to make a report on your 2 trustee working groups. And in fact, we'll go ahead and just start in order. Evaluation of the California Commission on Access to Justice, the Council on Access to Fairness, and the Legal Services Trust Fund. That's Eileen and Mark is the 2 trustee working group for that. Are you guys ready to make a report?
Sure. So Mark and I have spent some time attending and participating in the Commission on Access to Justice meetings. I've attended a number of the Council on Access and Fairness meetings. We still have work to do with Legal Services Trust Fund and are going to be meeting with Stephanie Choi to understand them better. I think we have, with respect to the questions that you have posed and the issues to address, formed some preliminary thoughts on how to define the board's role and whether they should be integrated, whether these justice and diversity and inclusion goals and objectives should be integrated into the work plans, and whether the sub-entities should be collapsed. I personally think that the commission and the council do very different work and should not be collapsed into one entity. With respect to whether state bar rules and policies are being followed, we have seen discussion and training of these rules and certainly efforts to follow them at the meetings. But I think we need to work with staff to better understand the structures and processes in place to make sure that continues to happen. But I feel like we are on track to meet our schedule.
Do you have all the materials you feel like you need to complete your analysis at this time? As far as background materials and
many of them.
With respect to legal services.
Yeah, the Legal Services Trust Fund piece, I think we are a little behind on and need to catch up on that.
I think high level in terms of what the work that we've been doing at the staff level on the Appendix I review, I just want to give you maybe a little bit of an update on where we are. We recently hired a limited term senior program analyst who is going to be sort of our lead staff and managing editor for this project, and so I feel like we're going to be like accelerating the work considerably. He started on Monday, and we have a couple of deadlines coming up in terms of our timeline. March 30, we had planned to have both the legal analysis as well as some of the comparative analysis concluded. We're well on our way with the legal analysis. We've got drafts for all of those, but we're working to finalize those drafts with the attorneys who've worked on them. Those, I think, are well on their way, and those will be materials that will inform each of the liaisons from the programs committee to the sub-entities that they're evaluating. I think we're probably a little behind on the comparative work, but I think that that's going to start picking up as well, and I think we'll catch up on that
very shortly. We might blow the March 30 deadline, but I think there's a good chance that within the first week or two of April, we will have caught up on that. So just, there's some stuff we haven't had a chance to communicate with you during our bi-weekly conference calls, with the chair and the vice chair, or with the liaisons, but I just thought that that background would be useful for each of the liaisons in thinking about what additional material you will be getting to think about the Appendix I review.
Yeah, I think that'll
Great, thank you, Dag. It'll be nice to have someone who can really, from staff, who can really focus on this, because we have a hard deadline into the summer to have these done. Did you want to add anything else, Mark?
No, I think that information that I was talking about will help a lot in terms of us figuring out how the board relates at least to CCAJ. You're familiar with him, you know that it is a particularly unique organization with respect to this board. So it's not an easy task to figure out exactly how we relate to them. But I think the information that he's talking about will be very helpful.
One of the things that's kind of interesting when we started looking at some of the preliminary legal analyses is we thought that I think the Commission on Access to Justice was going to be the most difficult. But there is sort of a converse situation where you have committees that the board are entirely created by the board, and that it really is entirely up to the board, A, whether they exist or not, and B, what it is that they're going to be doing. And so it appears that over the years the board has not sort of formally delineated the scope of responsibilities for a number of committees. And so they've grown over the years and sort of taken on a life of their own. And now the board, I think you'll see at the end of the day, the board will need to say for a host of committees, A, do we want to keep them at all? And B, if we do, what are the clear, specific tasks that are appropriate to delegate to a committee, and why do we want to delegate them? I think that might end up being just as challenging as the access commission.
That is, and those are the ultimate questions, I think, with respect to CCAJ. And they have strong opinions about that. So that's something we're going to have to tackle somewhere down the road.
Well, thank you both for taking this one on and being so involved in attending the meetings and so forth to really understand these entities. It's a challenge, but I think the fact that you've been participating in some of their meetings will make it easier going forward, because they'll know that we're paying attention to what they're doing, and so I really thank you for that. So unless somebody has does anybody have a question on this particular topic? If not, we'll move on to the evaluation of the Committee of Bar Examiners. And Todd Stevens and I are the two trustees assigned to that. I'm going to have Todd make the report.
Oh, it's been just a piece of cake. Movie in and out when she's at the bar in a wedding gown getting jilted. You think you had a bad day? It's been great. It's been time. It's clearly been time. Some feathers and issues have ruffled, and maybe that's a good thing. But Joanna and I are working away. Elizabeth Parker is back to help out with this project, and so I think that shows how dedicated this body is to making sure that the Committee Bar Examiner review is done well. And Elizabeth, we're in capable hands, and Elise Walton is helping us as well. So we've brought up some big guns to assist in our review. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Thank you. Bring up that big guns. So we started, and things have already changed somewhat, but we're well on the way. We are going to get our report done on time, and we're going to bring it to this board if there's controversial issues, which there very well may be. We've got Elise working on a draft of we've spoken to the Committee Bar Examiners, we've got all the material, we're working on our report. We've got Vanessa's shop looking at the legal issues, as Dag mentioned, and so I think we're getting there. It's a very, as Leah said, it's time that this got done. I don't know what it's going to look like at the end, but I think it's going to be a stronger, better Committee of Bar Examiners, which is what we're doing. So that's our goal. We want the Committee of Bar Examiners to be stronger and better. And I think that's the end result. So we're making some sausage.
So we have the committee that themselves very involved in addressing all the issues in the outline that we are all using for our report. We hope that whatever is decided, that the trustees, the two trustee group, Todd and I, are in agreement with the committee of our examiners on changes that need to be made. If there isn't agreement, the report will state that, and it will state what the position is of the committee versus the recommendation from the trustees, so the board can see the two positions and make a decision as a full board. So I just wanted to make that clear. We are trying very hard to keep them involved in this entire thing so they don't feel threatened. We're trying to make it better, and we're hoping they see it that way. We're working on that. Continue to work on that. But it's all moving along well. Does anybody have any questions? If not, we'll move on to the third topic, which is evaluation of the California Board of Legal Specialization. And Stacy Spector and Ellen Steinbrecher are the two trustees assigned to this.
So this is Alan, and I will make our working group report. We have received the first wave of information. We've had group conferences with our staff liaisons. We have established short-term timelines, and we are going to schedule, well, first of all, hope to attend one of their board meetings. There's one coming up in April in San Francisco. I hope to attend that. In any event, we want to talk to both the chair and the vice chair of the committee and discuss some of these issues with them and get some of their input. We have received, the information we've received has been good, but we are waiting on some additional analysis from ODIT. We have had some phone calls. We have begun considering whether modifications will be needed, and we think the answer to that question is yes. And there's nothing else that we need to do at this time until we get the further ODIT information. Happy to answer any questions. And I don't think there is anything to prevent us from having our work product deliverables in on time.
The only thing I'd like to add is we have sought some help from our good friend Judge Lee Edmonds, and we also have sought some help from an old friend, Supreme Court Justice Elena Kagan. Is there anybody else that we sought help from? Of course I'm kidding, but I just thought I'd throw a few names too, because he's dropping everybody, so, you know, but I am kidding.
My only
had me there.
question, it would be helpful if you happen to know the answer, and maybe staff does. One of the big issues with regard to the California Board of Legal Specialization is its many subcommittees and the sheer volume of volunteers associated with this aspect of things. Do you have any idea how many volunteers we have working on these?
I know that there are 11 advisory committees to the overall committee. I don't know how many people are on each committee by average or in total.
Do you know, Amy?
I think between 8 and 10.
And remember that last year, or pursuant to the 2016 Governance and the Public Interest Task Force, perhaps we changed the appointment process to those advisory committees so that the CBLS makes the appointments rather than the board.
And because of that, we don't necessarily pay attention to the fact that we have such a large volume of volunteers working in this aspect of the state bar work. So it's, you need to be mindful of that and just make a decision if this is appropriate and we want to continue.
Well, we also understand, and we've talked about this both in this room as a group and then offline individually, that, you know, there's an upside to that for lawyers as well and for bar members. So, you know, and that's obviously an issue, and that's part of what we need to grapple with, and is this the appropriate place for that to live? And that's obviously one of those issues.
And if I just comment, my sense is that this is appropriate activity for a regulatory agency to engage in. This is part of our mission to enhance the delivery of legal services and raise the bar, so to speak, for the quality of legal services that are provided. So I don't think this is a trade association function that we should be getting out of. But I do think we have organized it in a trade association kind of way, with a whole lot of committees and a whole lot of volunteers. And those volunteers do really valuable work. I mean, they craft the exams, they grade the exams, and replacing them with folks who are not volunteers would be expensive, I think. But I am quite open to persuasion that there are better ways to deliver this service to California than we're now doing it. But I start from a place of confidence that it's something we should be doing.
I would just, I don't know, are you looking at all at the fact that there are other entities in California that can certify specialists? Because I think that's an interesting kind of wrinkle to this conversation. It's not just us doing it.
Are you talking about the non-bar certification programs that we allow to serve as a substitute for our regulation?
Yes.
And that's an interesting choice. The way the program was structured is we set up our own committees for 11 subjects, and then the 7 of the 18 areas in which we offer a certification, you get your certification from some other private entity, and we adopt it as our own. And we've been selected in the entities we work with, and they have real standards and impose a real hurdle for people to overcome before they get that status. Again, that's a kind of a peculiar choice for a regulatory agency to have made. It feels a little more trade association-y in character, but I don't have any skepticism about the quality that we're getting out of those 7 programs, because they all seem to me to be pretty serious organizations that are holding people to real tests. I don't want to prejudge any of this. I think we should be thinking it all through. But I did want to start with this, my own sense that this program does serve California well. I bring my own perspective as a certified appellate specialist. I will tell you that I'm a better lawyer because I went through this process than I was before.
I'd just like to add, I think Michael just made a really very significant kind of line in the sand point that I think will actually serve us incredibly well. And I think delineating the way it has been set up and the way it's viewed, and then the application of it within the regulatory versus the trade association element is significant to kind of how we come out of this. So I would almost say that maybe one of the things, Alan, you and I can talk about this with Dusty and Paul and Natalie, maybe is maybe adding a component where we do a very short call with those that have kind of a view and a perspective of this, where we brainstorm a little bit on how to maybe dial it back and maybe just rein it in a little bit so that it really does fit more of that regulatory mode and module in a way that makes more sense because it is so useful, but kind of get it out of that other mode. Maybe that's also a way to make it more, so that would be kind of a nice brainstorming component of it. So those of you that have a view on that, on this issue specifically, it would be great to hear from you. So will you please think about it, and if you think this is something you want to weigh in on, we'd really like to hear from you. And because that will help inform us and then take it forward to bring more information to the table for kind of finalizing it. Does that make sense?
Sure.
If there's trustees out there that want to weigh in on this outside of our open meeting, I suggest you just direct your comments to staff. And we probably should identify who on staff should receive those comments, so those can be then shared with you without violating Megan King. I think also it will really help your analysis to do the comparative study of other states and look at what those states that are pure regulatory do versus those states that combine. And
the staff's working on that.
Yeah.
That should be done, I believe, at the end of the month? Yeah.
Well, that's the target.
That's the target date.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah. Staff should put on that now. Because they're amazing.
Yes.
Board certified.
Does anybody else want to weigh in on this one? Thank you both for doing so much and getting so far on this. I'm really looking forward to what you conclude. The next topic is the evaluation of special admission rules, multi-jurisdictional practice, the ProHack BJ registered in-house counsel, out-of-state attorney arbitration counsel, foreign legal consultants, and practical training of the law students program. It's a big one, but currently it's myself and Mark Broughton that are the 2 trustees on this. The idea was, once we got our new board members, which includes Debbie and Joshua, we would replace Mark with one of them. If the other of you are up for the task, I'd love a volunteer. So I'll let you think about that and work it out amongst yourselves. I don't like to assign things without some interest, but I'll do what I'll have to. Just we have received all the background materials, which is the statutes and the state bar rules and the rules of court that are relevant to these things, and we're still gathering information, comparing California rules with rules of other states. We have reached out and received input on the rules regarding registered in-house counsel, registered legal service attorneys, and pro hac vice from the Association of Corporate Counsel, which includes all 4 chapters within the state of California, the Pro Bono Institute, and we also received a letter from 34 general counsel from various corporate entities throughout the state of California on these particular issues. I did have a phone call last week with the Association of Corporate Counsel and the Pro Bono Institute, and they were very excited to learn we're looking at these rules through an access to justice lens. And they had some great ideas they wanted to share that we will be taking a look at. We have posed questions and issues to staff to follow up on and take a look at with regard to the special admission rules. And I've also asked them to take a look at whether or not we should be considering recommending the rule for admission of military spouse attorneys. 26 states have already adopted it, and the U.S. Virgin Islands have adopted this model rule, and the question is, should California be taking a look at it? They made a presentation to the board, I'm going to say 4 years ago. Michael, does that sound right? And it was very compelling, but a lot has happened with the bar since then. We haven't really been able to follow up on it. So, but we need to find out if our stakeholders are interested in this as well, doing that. So the plan going forward is we're going to have a phone call in March. We're going to be discussing any answers we've received back from the staff on the questions that have been posed, and we'll have a timeline going forward with that. And the last issue is we need to determine who the second trustee is going to be on this.
And I'm happy to do it with you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions? Did you want to add anything, Mark, before you pass the baton?
Thank you.
And the last topic is the consideration of new topics for the MCLE requirement, and the 2 trustees are Brandon Stalling and Alan Steinberg. He's on this list.
All right, because Alan already did some duty previously, I guess I drew the short end of the stick on this one. So everybody loves talking about increasing MCLE, and everybody loves setting aside more time, the idea of setting aside more time to study law, which I'm sure we all thought we did away with back in law school. But I think this really is a very important aspect of what the bar does, making sure from a public protection standpoint that all of our attorneys receive that sort of continuing legal education. And so that's been kind of at the forefront of our mind to make sure that that the attorneys in California are properly equipped to meet the needs of Californians. So the first thing that we needed to do, though, is to conduct a comparative analysis study of what California does compared to other states. That study is due at the end of March 30th, and so that's really going to direct, I think, our further discussion in that. So we're kind of waiting with bated breath what comes out of that study. So I think that will give us kind of a path forward. But some of the things we've discussed prior to that study being released is the thought of the new 10-hour MCLE for young attorneys, maybe making that mandatory for all attorneys. The 10-hour working group, I don't know if Randy's here. Randy's and his team have put in a lot of work in determining what areas young attorneys kind of fall, kind of the pitfalls that they're subject to, and if we can kind of replicate that through the broader attorney profile here in California, maybe we can help some more mature attorneys avoid this common legal pitfalls. So That's probably been the item we've discussed the most. Some of the issues involving that have been whether that would be a free MCLE, whether it would be paid for, and just some of those issues. So I think we have a really good structure in regards to the 10-hour MCLE as far as the way technology is used to disseminate that information, and I think that we can certainly use that going forward. At the planning session, we heard a presentation from the Colorado Bar on a self-assessment tool that they use in their jurisdiction, and that tool is really used as informing attorneys of kind of what they don't know, or maybe some of the things out there that they should know more about in order to avoid any sort of bar action or legal malpractice. So the adoption of that self-assessment tool is certainly something that this committee is looking at. And then the third, I think, area that we've looked at is having a mandatory technology component to our MCLE rules. With the advent of e-discovery, with the use of certain technologies by lawyers in the practice of law, we think it'd be incumbent on the bar to lead in that field as far as what type of training we're requiring attorneys to go through to make sure they're not damaging their clients or breaking some sort of unwittingly breaking some sort of rule of professional responsibility. So that's been the main impetus of our discussions, and we will resume with full fury once we get that comparative analysis study at the end of this month.
A few years ago, the Board of Trustees started looking at this issue, and that state-by-state comparative analysis was done at that time. So I have that. If we need, we probably just need to update it because I know a lot of states have added the technology MCLE requirement, but I want to make sure staff knows that that's already out there. But again, we got waylaid. We didn't finish what we started, so I'm glad you two are taking up the baton on this. Does anybody have any questions for me? Well, I want to thank all of the trustees working really hard on these working groups. It's so much work to do. This is really the only way to do it, and I really appreciate the effort and time everyone's putting into to do a really thorough job. I look forward to that. We'll be reporting at each meeting just to make sure everyone's on task and there isn't anything that needs to be done, nothing falls through the cracks. So with that, unless there's somebody has anything else they want to add, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Thank you.
Hey, Michael, can we take a, hey, Michael. Welcome to the audit committee meeting, everybody's most favorite committee out there. At least that's what Jason said earlier. My name is Brandon Stallings. I'm the chair of audit. Alan Steinbrecher is vice chair. We've been hard at work looking at all these fun, exciting topics. But before we get into that, can I ask Dag to take the roll call?
Chen?
Here.
Colatuna? Here. LeBron?
Here.
Lee?
Here.
Manning? Bertula? Here. Steinbrecher?
Here.
And Stallings.
Here. All right, before we get into the business of the audit committee, I will open this up to public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to give public comment at this point? All right, seeing none, we will move into our agenda. There is nothing on the consent agenda. I'm going to save my oral report for the different agenda items. We're going to take one item out of order, and that's item D, and that's revised annual work plan. And Kevin Harper, our CFO, is one person on that. So Kevin.
Yes, as you recall, this was on the committee's agenda the last time we physically met, and the executive committee asked that we increase the level of detail in the work plan. So this is virtually the same work plan that you already saw, but there's more details under each one of the steps that correspond to the audit committee charter. So we're just asking for approval of this revised work plan to forward on to the executive committee.
And one of the things I wanted to note about the work of the audit committee this year is some of the things coming out of the governance task force and other various reports we received last year was this idea of compliance and who owns compliance among the various subcommittees. And audit is taking that on. And if you look at the ORIA performance audit, that's one of the entities in the barn that we envision performing those sort of compliance audits. And that is currently in the planning stages, as it is it is going to require staff, a commitment of staff resources to do that properly. So we're going to be addressing compliance under the ORIA performance audits. And then also the implementation of the state auditor's audit. That's also something that the audit committee is owning. So I think those are two really important initiatives that our committee is going to be undertaking. And I'm really pleased with the progression of compliance in this committee. So does anybody have any questions for myself, Kevin, Alan?
Is there any reason that we shouldn't call out specifically under ORIA so we don't lose track of it, that further developing a compliance program is one of the missions of this committee and ORIA? Because just for the benefit of the newcomers to this discussion, the state bar is pretty thoroughly regulated, and we have not done a particularly good job historically of keeping track of all the things we've been ordered to do. And this new management team has started discovering things that we've been ordered to do that we weren't doing, fingerprinting being a pretty good example. And one of the things we want to do is establish a formal compliance program so that we're tracking all of our mandates and ensuring that they're happening. And since that function is going to be assigned to this committee for oversight, my sense is that we ought to have some overt expression of it in our work plan.
So under ORIA performance audits, do you think monitor implementation of corrective actions, do you think that would cover your concern? Or
I just think we should just add a bullet that says continued development of our compliance program. I don't want to admit we don't have one, we do have one. I don't want to suggest that we're not making progress. I just want to put a marker down so that we don't lose track of it. But with that one amendment, I'll be happy to move the work plan.
I don't think that's adverse to any sort of a core committee, so I would fully support that as well. Any other concerns, questions?
Excuse me, in terms of specific language, I drafted up a resolution that mirrors the resolutions that the other committees have used for adopting and amending their work plans. However, I would like to make sure that I get that language regarding the tracking of the compliance issues.
So it's just the continued development of our compliance program.
All right, so the resolution would read, resolved that the audit committee adopts the work plan for 2017, 2018 as amended with continued development of the VAR's compliance program. Michael, does that?
That's fine with me.
Okay. Now, is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
A second? Second. All right. Any objection to substituting the roll call? Or actually, sorry, any further discussion on this item? All right. Any objection to substituting the roll call? Okay. All right. Seeing none, the resolution passes. All right. Going back to the top of the agenda, agenda item A, cybersecurity audit. Steve Mazur is our only person on this.
Yes, actually, we're going to have Michael Williams, who is our IT operations manager, who's been leading the cybersecurity audit effort over the last several months. He's going to present the item, and we have the consultants who conducted the project over the last several months here to walk us through the effort that they've undertaken and the results that they got.
All right. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you and good morning. Side note on administration in our meetings. Brandon, we're getting feedback from the captioners. They're not capturing your voice as thoroughly as they like. So just a reminder to everyone to make sure you get close to your mic so that closed captioning can be more accurate. I'm Michael Williams. I'm manager of IT operations here at the State Bar. Been working here for about 5.5 years. One of my core responsibilities is maintaining and implementing security practices for protecting our data and our infrastructure. During my past 5 years with the company, we've had, my team has been very diligent in implementing and adhering to best practices for the IT industry. Validation or evidence of our success in that, however, is most evident in the fact that we've had no major incidents for at least the past 5 years. However, that's a very biased opinion. In terms of really validating that, this community would be most familiar with the practice of bringing in an outside company to come and actually validate our assumptions in terms of our best practice implementations. So we look for a third-party company to come in, such as NetExperts, and do a report card on us, per se. Just as we would do in the financial industry with having audits on a periodic basis, we'd have, in this case, an IT assessment on a periodic basis. Not as frequently, not an annual thing, and we'll let our experts speak more to that in their presentation. But we did, as a state bar, reach the boundary of being outside of best practices for not having a network or security assessment for some time. Hence the production or release of an RFP soliciting a third party to come in and actually evaluate our configuration and basically our posture, our security posture as a whole. Ultimately, we chose NetExperts as a winner or awarded the RFP because of their, one, presence in the space and their unique approach, which I won't try to speak to. I'll turn the floor over to Nick and Gary to speak to more succinctly.
Thank you, Michael. Is this coming through?
Speak closer.
Test. There we go. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Nick from NetExperts. This is Gary. He's our CEO and founder. And as Michael said, we were engaged to run this network security assessment for you guys. Let me go ahead and hop right in. Also, we have 5 minutes at the end for questions if you guys have any. So, there are 3 main goals for the project: informational, operational, and maintenance. Informational is diving in and saying, where are you guys right now on each one of your systems? What's good, what's bad, what's ugly? Operational is taking a deep dive into how the network is actually architected, not just the pieces in isolation, but how they all work together. And third, maintenance. What improvements have been made to the system? How do you ensure that those improvements don't lapse, that everything stays as it should be? And the approach that we took to this, we call a 2-team approach. There's ourselves, and a team we work with called Cyber Risk Solutions. We approached it from the aspect of being a member of your guys' team, of stepping in as an organization. Since 1996, we've been designing, building, and maintaining secure networks. So we come in, full access to your guys' network, and really dive in to say, what's good, what's bad, how do we fix it? And the purpose for this comes into what CyberRisk does. CyberRisk comes in and emulates the actions of a hacker. Where we're coming in and working with your team, they're coming in to work against them. They're the ones who are going out to the dark web and buying tools with cryptocurrency that current hackers are using. They're the ones who have their feet on the street, knowing what a real attack looks like. So you can think of the analogy kind of like, let's say you're running an assessment on the security of your home. You'd probably want to have somebody come in first and make sure you have the right locks, secure windows, and that your alarms are working before you have somebody go in and try to break into your house. You want to make sure it's as difficult as possible for them and that your security is in a good enough spot for their actions to be meaningful. Here's the 7-step process we went through to achieve this project. We're going to dive into each of these segments individually, so rather than just reading the list, I'm going to move on to the first one. Vulnerability scanning. So this is the first step of any real security assessment. It's an understanding of where are you guys missing patches, which systems are vulnerable, and how do you go about fixing them. It's done both externally and internally, meaning we look at all of your systems that face and are accessible to the internet, and those that are only accessible from within. And use a series of automated tools, both off-the-shelf and home-built, to get a holistic picture of where are you guys most vulnerable now. And our findings are actually really good. Huge credit to Michael and his team for having a relatively small IT staff and a very large network footprint. There were very few issues that we uncovered, and even more credit to the team. Anything we did find was addressed within a matter of 2 weeks. The most critical ones within a matter of days were all quickly patched and alleviated.
Yeah, and interject real quickly. I typically don't get into the details of the audit, but I do get a snapshot of several organizations, that many are state organizations, many are private. And for the amount of data that you have and the number of people accessing that data, and then on the flip side, the number of people that were available to secure the network and manage the network, your team looked very good. You were really ahead of the curve, so I do want to mention that. Very impressed with where you were at. There's many audits that we come in, we submit our first request for information, and the audit's essentially delayed 30, 60, 90 days, sometimes even longer, because the lack of information and the obvious issues that we're going to encounter. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention.
Thank you, Gary. Next step was actually physical security assessment. So once you understand the network, a less obvious attack vector, but very common one, is a physical intrusion of space. Attackers will come in, they'll look for things like passwords written on desks, they'll look for things like open wall jacks that they can plug into and try to get administrative access to a network, or they'll come in with a USB. And if they find an unoccupied cubicle, physically plug in a USB drive into a machine and gain access to your network that way. So while often overlooked, it is an incredibly important part of network security to make sure that you guys have strong physical security controls. And much like the network side, when we came in to do the physical assessment, we found that you guys are well ahead of the curve. I know it's a part of the nature of your business and housing courts within your facilities that you guys are going to have a higher level of physical security scrutiny, but that really plays well with the IT side as well. Beyond that, we looked at things like live sprinklers within the data center, any physical impediment to the network continuing to function as it should. And outside of a few minor issues with guest badging and some sprinklers, it was a clean bill of health. So next was network configuration hardening. I'm going to try to keep this really simple. The idea is where the vulnerability scanner looks for things that need to be patched, configuration hardening is a more manual process. It's going in and looking for configurations that, although are not necessarily a vulnerability in the traditional sense, could leave a hole open for an attacker. So we went through and basically followed security industry best practices for configuration of all the servers, routers, switches, etc., and found very few issues. A few design choices that aren't necessarily good or bad. It's just more of a stylistic thing that we made recommendations on, but overall, very clean bill of health. Once all of that has been taken care of, we moved on to the actual penetration testing. This is the attempt by the cyber risk team to gain unauthorized access into your network, where the vulnerability scan just looks at things that could be potential ways in, potentially unlocked doors on secure windows. This is actually getting in and exfiltrating data. There was an external system that was breached. It was actually a fairly common, understandable issue to have. They were able to pivot and get some access into the network, but thankfully, given the nature of the door that allowed for the breach, it was quickly remediated. The attack was attempted again and was not successful, so we know for sure that avenue has been cleaned up. And internally, there were a few, I guess, informational recommendations, nothing that is going to be business breaking or cause you guys to end up in the news. And those things were also remedied quite quickly by the team. So the next segment is incident response. So now we've cleaned up the network, attempted to break in. The question is, what do you do in the event that you are breached? Current network security philosophy is that everybody is going to be breached eventually. So what do you do when that day happens? When you get the call at 3 a.m. on a Sunday morning, being told, hey, something's going crazy, how does your team respond? And as good as your team might be, and as good as your systems might be, without a clear-cut playbook for each of the members and each of their roles, it can be chaos. The way to make sure that systems get brought back up quickly and that everything is contained as effectively as possible is to make sure that your incident response is codified. So we sat and we worked with the team to understand you guys' business goals, your team's strengths, systems in play, and help design an incident response to essentially augment what you guys had to begin with. 3 phases to the incident response: containment, eradication, recovery. How do you make sure it affects the fewest number of systems as possible? How do you make sure once it's contained that it is fully wiped and you don't have any risk of reinfection? And finally, what is your system for changing passwords, bringing up clean backups, and ensuring that no data is lost? And all of that is part of the incident response plan. Last, maybe one more, policy development. This is organization specific. This is designed to understand how your workers work, what tools they're using, what their normal day-to-day flow is, and then work with the team to design a policy around that. Essentially, it's a balance between user convenience and security. Some users must have their mobile device. It's not an option. So you're sacrificing a little bit of an attack footprint for user convenience. So we work with the team to understand the who, what, when, why, and how the network is accessed, and then build a policy and codify it around that. Make sure you've got clear-cut boundaries, what's acceptable, what is not, and you can use that to manage the network moving forward. And then ongoing awareness and training. So the idea is this isn't a one-time thing. Security isn't a one and done, okay, we're secure now, we don't have to do anything else. The idea is your team has to have a security of culture. Your IT understands how to maintain these systems and make sure that there are no gaping holes being left wide open. So we developed a plan along with Michael and the cyber risk team to make sure that you guys have monthly, weekly check-ins, that patches are being applied, and that users are being tested and understand what it means to work in a secure network environment. So what's next? We've made recommendations for policy, for incident response, and for these security awareness and training. Now it's up to Michael and the team to go ahead and implement those. Expanding server hardening over the course of the next year, looking at applications assessments. Now we've looked at how the network runs. The next question is, how secure are the applications running on that network? And then best practice recommendation is to repeat these processes, often with the same firm, often with different firms, depending upon what the nature of it is, but every 2 to 3 years. Small assessments here and there along the way, and big full network assessments 2 to 3 years. And that is it. Hopefully I didn't go too long. Do you guys have any questions?
Right, any questions? Any questions from the committee? And I would just remind everyone, before you ask a question, just identify yourself and ask your question. All right, seeing none. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next agenda item is item B, and that is the Moss Adams internal control audit. Kevin.
Yes, the committee's, the board's policy is that once every, excuse me, 5 years, that we get a internal control study done. And so this is the result of that. You got a copy of the full report in an email, I believe it was this morning, that has all of the findings and the comments from the auditors. This is in draft form. After this meeting, we will finalize the report with the auditors and issue it. This audit was a very large scope audit. So the board book, although it requires an audit every 5 years of internal controls, it doesn't say the scope of the work. It doesn't say what level of detail should be gone into. But this one was very comprehensive in that there were several experienced auditors on the team that were on site for a couple of months. They looked at 6 business processes, so not just that, virtually all of the business processes that are important to us. Billing and collections, 1. Purchasing, accounts payable, and cash disbursements is 2. The third one, human resources and payroll. Investment management, general ledger, financial close and reporting, and information technology, general controls. So those 6 business processes. And they tested not only our written policies and procedures, in other words, what we say we do, they tested those by reading every one of those, but they also tested that we did what we said we were going to do. They actually did testing of individual transactions to decide whether or not we were following those policies and procedures and best practices. So there was a huge amount of data that they requested from people in finance, HR, IT, procurement to go through. And we provided them unfettered access to whatever information they felt that they needed to make their audit. We provided that to them. The result of it, as you can see, and that I've summarized on the PowerPoint, is that there were 75 recommendations, and 32 of these recommendations were related to improvement of our written policies and procedures, and 43 of them were related to controls, improvement of controls. So I'm not going to obviously go through 75 recommendations, but I have summarized in this PowerPoint the kinds of things that are addressed. So the first one, these 32 are related to improvements of policies and procedures. And so these recommendations can be as simple as one of them where they said the cash receipts policy should identify the job title of who is responsible for receiving cash payments from attorneys. So it's a very minor tweak to the existing policy. Others, much more comprehensive. So as an example, they said the accounts payable process should include the following sub-processes that you don't already have in there. And they listed, I think, 8 or 9 different things that also should be included in the accounts payable policy. So there's a fair range between the level of detail that we need to do to address these recommendations, but they are all enhancements to existing policies. If we go on to the next set, the next set is the 43 recommendations related to controls. And let's go through a few of these so you get an idea about what is covered here. So segregation of duties, this is primarily to make sure that people don't have access to both steal an asset and hide the theft by having access to the related records. So most of this, all of these 3 recommendations were related to how we've set up security access in in the financial system, who can do what within the constraints of the system. The second one, called documentation, date documents when approved. This is a very simple one about when we approve documents, we sign them, but sometimes we don't date them. And so they saw that several places that said, whenever you're approving a document, part of the audit trail is to date it as well. So that's very simple, but they repeated that comment 6 times for 6 different processes. The next one is approve, sign, and date documents. They had several recommendations that just said you did approve, or apparently you approved, but the documents were not signed and dated to demonstrate that or to have the appropriate audit trail. Adherence to policies. This is just, they found examples where we didn't follow our own policies. So an example is they took a selection of 5 employee evaluations and they compared to the date that we said we were going to do them annually, and one of the 5 was not done annually, and they wrote it up as not following our own policies. Another example is that the month-end checklist that we used to close the books had not been updated recently, and therefore we were not exactly doing what we said we were doing in the checklist. So they're recommending that we update those kinds of tools and checklists. The next set is developing review protocols. So these include things like providing our own investment policy to our bank so that they can refer to our investment policies that are making recommendations to us. It includes things like signing the monthly budget versus actual reports, or having me as the CFO sign them to prove that I've reviewed them as we distribute them to the rest of the management team. Control adequacy. This is just miscellaneous internal control improvements. It includes things like we should expand the background checks that we do for new employees to include education and credit in those background checks. It includes things like getting the SOC 1 reports from our entities that provide services to us, such as our OPEB trustee, post-retirement healthcare trustee. So these SOC 1 reports are their internal control reports that then we should get and review to identify if there are any internal control weaknesses that are inherent in what they're doing for us. There were 5, the last group there were 5 findings that they had where they did not have a recommendation. So they were pointing out things to us for our consideration, but didn't have a true recommendation. So that's kind of an overview. I want to add a couple things of perspective related to these findings. First is that you decide whether this was a good or a bad report based not on the number of findings, but based upon the content of the findings. Anytime that you have an experienced CPA coming in and looking in as much detail as they looked at, they will find things. They should find things, and so they did, and we will definitely address them. But as a CPA that does these kinds of internal control reviews for other local governments, I can say with assurance that these are common kinds of recommendations, things that are generally, lack of compliance on a few items here and there, things that can be improved that are not really significant deficiencies in internal control. That's not to say that these are not important, and we will address each and every one of these findings, and we did respond in the report that you have now received a draft of with the management response to every one of those findings, with who will do who is responsible for implementing that improvement, what steps will be taken, and by what date they will be taken. So those will be addressed. I did talk these findings over with the audit partner of our annual audit from the same firm of Moss Adams, and she concurred with my opinion that none of these are significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the internal controls, and therefore will not affect what they are looking at and reporting on related to the annual audit that you will probably have on your agenda the next time we meet in 2 months. So again, the next steps for this are we will finalize the report with the auditors. They will then issue it in final form with our management responses incorporated. We will allocate out each of these management responses to the appropriate people that are going to be implementing them, and we will monitor them. And it's several departments. It's it's finance, procurement, HR, and IT primarily, but there were people in each of those departments that will have tasks to implement, and then we will report back status to this committee as we implement through the rest of this year. And I also want to point out that there is a lot of dovetailing of implementations tasks on the various audits. So there are findings here that are related to writing improvements of policies and procedures. There are findings in the cybersecurity audit that are also related to writing improvements in policies and procedures. Same with the state audit report. There are some of those that are related, and so finding the right time frame and the right steps to go through to fit all those responses together in an efficient way is what we're looking at. So with that, I would like to open it up for questions.
All right, before we get to questions, one of the things that Alan and myself did, we met with the auditors, and one of the common themes to come out of that meeting was that Kevin and his team have done an incredible job with getting the information to the auditors, and even with there being turnover in the finance department, that despite that turnover, that the information was not to them in a timely fashion. So thank you so much for your hard work in that area and ensuring a timely audit. Is there any questions for Kevin?
When was the last time we did an internal controls review?
I believe it was 2010. I think it was slated to happen in 2015 again, but it didn't. And so I believe it was 2010, although the policy is every 5 years.
And I just want to remark that, number one, I'm glad we're doing it. And number two, given the length of time and given the many changes in the organization across that time, I'm not terribly surprised you have this many nits in your report. And the challenge will be to address these in a way that survives the transition from Kevin to a permanent CFO. So I look forward to helping you grapple with that challenge.
Yeah, and I think the next agenda item we have, you're going to hear from Linda Katz and Mariah. And as I've been sitting here listening to Kevin, I'm thinking about expanding her set of responsibilities. She's done an excellent job following up on all of the to-dos that stem from the state audits. And as Kevin indicated, many of these NITs are not necessarily under the auspices of the Office of Finance. And so it is a challenge. You need to have kind of a conductor or somebody that can oversee all of the NITs in all the different areas and bring them together and make sure that we're complying. So I think that might be a task that we give to Linda with respect to all of the audits and following up and making sure that everything happens.
This is an expression of the idea that a task assigned to multiple people is a task assigned to no one.
Right.
All right, any other questions for Kevin? All right, Kevin, thank you. All right, on to our next agenda item, which is item C, implementation status of recommendations from the Bureau of State Audits regarding the 2015 reports, or excuse me, the May 2016 and the June 2015 reports. And that is Linda Katz.
She did not get set up for the call.
Yeah, Linda was calling in.
Today.
You might want to jump ahead to the next item and let me work on this.
I can dial in.
All right, we're going to get Linda on the phone, and so I'll go down to agenda item E, which is the fourth quarter Board of Trustees and Executive Travel Expense Reports, and that is covered.
Yes, so this is a recurring item, excuse me, for the committee, just for us to provide you the list of expenses by board members and senior executives. So this is this is just for the committee to look at it and see if they have any questions or items that they want to look into.
Just for the new members, we do this as an exercise in transparency. We adopted it over the course of the last several years when we had some controversies in this area. I think we should continue doing it, but I would suggest we start putting it on the consent calendar. And with that, I'm happy to move the item.
All right, is there a second? Second. Good. Any discussion? All right, and I would just note that in my discussions with the auditors that they really felt that this policy is something that they view as incredibly important in transparency and in making sure that abuses do not occur. So, substitute the roll call, or any objection to substitute the roll call. All right, item is passed.
Welcome to Reservationless Plus. Thank you. If you are the leader, press star now.
It's on the phone. It's fine. She was given a number to call into.
After the tone, state your name, followed by the pound or hash sign.
Hello, anyone online?
Thank you. Your conference will begin shortly. While you wait, listen to the latest from the newsroom.
Yeah, it hasn't started. I don't have the leader code. Should I just dial Linda in directly?
What if we dial directly into your desk number? Okay.
Extension.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
Extension.
She is at 2272.
This is Linda. Hello, this
All
is
right.
Linda.
Hi, Linda, can you hear us? This is the audit
Hello.
committee.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear us?
Linda.
Hello, this is Linda.
Linda, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Linda, this is Brandon Stallings. Can you hear me?
Barely. I was waiting on the conference number I was given, so I guess that didn't work out.
All right, the next agenda item is yours, so could you please take it away?
Yes. So the Bureau of State Audits conducts audits fairly regularly, and there's a protocol to respond to each of the recommendations that are provided in the audit. There's a 60-day response, a 6-month response, and a 1-year response. And then after that, there are periodic follow-ups. Often there's email correspondence, and then we can update the responses to each of the recommendations until they're deemed to be completed, fully implemented. And I believe a document with regard to the 2 audits that are past the 1-year point that was distributed to your committee.
Yes, it was sent out by email to you guys, I think, yesterday.
So I'm just going to go over each of them, each of the outstanding recommendations according to the auditor. On the first page, the first 3 pages all address an audit that was done in May 2016. It's audit number 2015-047. And there's a header at the top of the first 3 pages that address that particular audit. So the first outstanding recommendation is item 2 that has to do with the bar pursuing money judgments on all outstanding debt to the client security fund. And we reported that this
recommendation was fully implemented as of February of last year, for some reason it's still showing up as an outstanding item on the auditor's page where we report the status. But we did report that it's fully implemented. We have been pursuing judgments for more than a year, but we fully implemented that as of a year ago. The next item has to do with annually evaluating the effectiveness of our various collection methods to recover funds from disciplined attorneys, and that is funds that has to do with both the cost of discipline as well as reimbursement of payouts from the client security fund. This is something that we're working on in ORIA. It's somewhat challenging to report on all of it because of the way that data is tracked. There are some technical issues having to do with, we can report really effectively on debt that has been sent to our collections agency, as well as debt that's collected by the Franchise Tax Board. The missing piece has to do with the success of collecting on lien payments that come in as a result of liens filed on property. And that just has to do with developing a mechanism to track that accurately, but we're working on that and should be able to fully comply with this recommendation shortly. Recommendations 9 and 10 address the bar developing a method for allocating information technology project costs, and Kevin has indicated that there's an agenda item on the audit, on the finance committee, which is up next, that's going to address this. There's an item that has to do with overall the allocation policy, and so after that agenda item, my understanding is that there is going to be a policy that will address the allocation of information technology project costs. And once that's implemented, we'll be able to report that that recommendation has been fully implemented. Items 17 through 21 address the bar.
Linda, hang on for 1 second. Brenda has a question.
All right, I just want to make sure that all the committee members are following along in the handout that was emailed.
That's what we should do.
And I have a few extras if you need a hard copy.
And I don't know if you want to ask questions about any of these along the way, or if I should just update the status on all of them and we can then have questions either way.
Yeah, for the committee members, if you have any questions, go ahead and direct them to Linda.
So the final recommendations on this audit, 17 through 21, all address the board's oversight role in relation to any nonprofit organizations that the bar creates. But as of with the fee bill that was adopted in January, the bar, it specifically said that the bar, as of March of this year, no longer is permitted to create any nonprofit. And so these last recommendations are not really relevant, and so we reported that to the Bureau of State Audit, that these, in effect, this is implemented because the bar no longer has the authority to create any nonprofit. And then the fourth page addresses, there was one outstanding recommendation from an audit that was done that was finalized in June of 2015, and that had to do with the audit and review unit's random audits of closed case files in OCTC. And the last reporting that was done in November of 2017, we had gone back and forth saying that we had fully implemented it, and then the auditor had questions and wanted some documentation about specific dates of meetings that were held. Since this document was put together, we have provided that information to the Bureau of State Audit. It took a while for OCTC to find the record of when the trainings were done using the information from those internal audits. And so this recommendation as well is fully implemented. So that's the status. I think for the most part, we're really on top of implementing all of the recommendations. And so the next go-round that we report on this, there should be very little left to report on in terms of anything that's still in process. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Right, any questions for Linda? All right, seeing none. Linda, thank you, if you can hear me.
Thank you.
All right, and that brings us to the end of the agenda. We're only a couple minutes over, 10 minutes over, so we are adjourned.
Just go ahead and get started.
Great job, guys. For the wine. Yeah, that's cybersecurity. We're not getting documents out of there. Yeah. You hear so many problems these days.
Finance and Planning Committee meeting. Brought.
Here. Sort of. In route.
Valentina. Here. LeBron.
Here.
Bertula. Here. Soleil. Spector.
Here.
Stevens.
Here. Okay, as Doug said, this is Finance and Planning. Any public comment before we begin? Seeing none. The only oral report I have, is I also want to echo something that Brandon said, is that this is almost the end of my third year, and I continue to remark at how much Kevin has gotten a hold of this unwieldy thing that we call the finance department. And thank you so much, because it sat here listening today, you sound like someone who's been here for a long time. I don't know if that's good or bad, but from my perspective, it's good. So thank you so much for jumping into this foray with us so well, because we are a big, we're wieldy, or I say unwieldy, but that's not true. So thank you very much for everything you've been doing for us, because you've got a lot of things to talk about in our meeting today. So without any further ado, Kevin's got some board amendment topics to discuss this morning, and so I'll kick it off to you.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. So the board book and our own internal policies and procedures related to budget transfers are currently inconsistent. Specifically, the board book requires the board to approve transfers between offices, but our policies and procedures requires the board to approve transfers only between funds. And neither one of those documents goes into adequate detail to address all the different kinds of transfers and levels of transfers and who needs to approve. And therefore, we decided that we needed to bring a comprehensive approach to it. And so part of the comprehensive approach is proposing a revision to the board book and also making updates to our internal policy and procedure document. So if you look at the first, Dad, can you put up the PowerPoint for this one? Yeah, thanks. So Just a pictorial to help me explain this to you. So transfers of money in a budget are between cost centers. So we budget at the cost center level, basically programs and activities. And any time that there is a need to move money between cost centers, there needs to be some level of approval. And so if it's a cost center within the same office and the same fund, then that may not require the same level of scrutiny as if you're moving money between cost centers in different offices, or even more importantly, between cost centers that are in different funds. So we've proposed a policy that says that if money is being moved within the cost center, that the director can approve without further approval. So the director can decide, we're going to hold the director accountable for staying within their budget for their cost center. They can spend that money as appropriate and no further approval. If we're going to move money between cost centers within the same fund, the same office, that would require the CFO to approve a written budget transfer document. And if we're going to move money between offices within the same fund, that would require the executive director to approve and document on a formal budget transfer document. But if we're going to move money between funds, meaning that it affects the level of the budgetary level of control that the board has set in other documents, that then would require board approval of moving money between funds. So the exceptions to this general policy, I want to cover three things. First of all, is the biggest part of expenses that are being budgeted are personnel costs. And personnel costs have additional controls on them besides what we're talking about today. Specifically, we budget the exact people, the exact positions, the exact salary at the beginning of the year, and only under certain circumstances can those can people positions be added, can positions be upgraded or downgraded. So there are those what we call PCN controls on top of these controls over that biggest expense. We also have written into the policy that if there's a really big transfer at any level, that there should be the ability of the board to see that and approve that. So we've written that in, or we're proposing to have that at a level of $250,000 of any transfer that the board would see. And very importantly, that this is a policy about budget transfers. So in other words, if there are increases to spending authority, that those already require board approval, and this does not affect that. So this is strictly talking about moving money between cost centers. So with that, we have a proposed resolution if you decide to adopt this policy or recommend this policy to the board.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments on Michael?
I'm used to seeing staff authority to deviate from budget expressed in terms of a percentage of the size of the budget that's being addressed. And the $250,000 number would be too large for a smaller organization, but strikes me as realistic here. But it doesn't necessarily strike me as realistic for every line of service that we have. I imagine that's tempered by the other provisions of the policy, which talk about not exceeding a line item within a budget and staying within a category. So I just wanted to make sure that we've expressed this idea of flexibility appropriate to the size of the program in issue.
Well, that's a good point. However, my opinion of it is that you as the board can delegate to staff the reviews of smaller amounts that you are not overly concerned about, and to put it as a percentage would mean that you would get small dollar items to look at in the small funds. I don't think that is a worthwhile use of the time of, you know, preparing for the board meeting and having the board look at that level of detail. So that's my own opinion on it, that it's possible to go that direction.
Renee?
Yeah, I agree with what Kevin said, and I just want to reiterate that it doesn't mean that nobody looks at it. It still has to get approval from the right people. So, you know, as Kevin said, we have a very small department, and we'll just hold things up because somebody budgeted on the wrong one.
Sean?
So two different points, both of them relatively small. One is I would like the workbook provision to provide that the staff shall notify finance and planning and the board no later than the next regularly scheduled board meeting. And then I also sent an email to and some others. I'm not sure that the actual workbook revision accurately states what's trying to be accomplished. So it's unclear to me if the delegated authority up to $250,000 applies only in the case of an emergency or not. I think the intention is no emergency is necessary to exercise that authority. So, so I sent some amendments by email to resolve that, or it could just be done as a technical.
Well, and I saw the email. I've spoken to Leah about it already, and I don't think Kevin had any issues with it. In fact, the proposed amendment does say authorize staff to make technical edits and corrections as needed. So I think with that language, are you comfortable, Kevin and Leah, with the technical changes that Sean has proposed?
I don't give the technical changes. I would like to talk a little bit about the intention behind what according to.
I didn't understand exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Oh, just that, well, I think if these changes are made to the budget, the board ought to be apprised of the next meeting. Nothing more.
Are you suggesting that anytime they make a change, they should report it, they move a cost, they should report it to the board?
If it alters the budget that we
I think the thing, it's not altering the budget, it's altering where the money is spent. So I budgeted over here, I'm under, but I have a need here. I just didn't, I didn't foresee that these were gonna be, I was gonna get as many applications here, so I'm just looking to move the money. My understanding was this would never result in an overall budget being more. It's just a moving of money. I don't think we want to get into having to report to the board on every small change. I mean, some of these could be quite small. When you get into complicated budgets, especially, you have very small line items. People could be moving, $20,000. When we discussed this, when we originally discussed this, we could probably have with Kevin. We added the cap because what we didn't want, we want to give people the ability to manage their business, right? And you want to give them some authority to not have to, report every time they're moving $3. At the same time, we didn't want to be surprised that, wow, there was some big savings that they took and moved it somewhere else, because that was a big enough amount that could actually have some implications as to what someone was doing. So we picked the $250,000. Maybe there's some range in which they need to just send, an itemized list to the chair or something. I just don't think as a committee we want to go through every. You could be looking at like $1,000 change.
Yeah, no, I understand the point. I guess, doesn't the board approve the budget down to the cost center level, or am I mistaken?
Yeah, we do.
We do, but that's why we're giving them the authority to make these minor movements, but not overall changes.
So we're going to get to some budget changes later on this agenda. This is I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but this to alleviate the intra-cost center adjustments of needing to come to us. Is that essentially what we're trying to fix here?
I don't think it's limited within the cost centers, though. My thinking is there's sort of a disconnect. If the board is approving the budget down to the cost center level, and then we're saying staff can change amounts at the cost level, I have no problem with the policy and all the things you said, but I don't see why those changes ought to not come back in front of the board. They can simply be put on a consent item. Just like we put the expense report items on a consent item.
I
Those
think
are
it-
average of $100 here and there, so.
I think the reason is because you're really micromanaging. And the board's job is not to get into the day-to-day operations. We can, I think, have discussion if, you want to make the bar a little lower. But really, I think if an executive wants to move somebody from this bucket to this bucket, we should have to review that. If we can't trust them to do that, then we have the wrong people. And not only that, at a certain point, like, there's 3 people that have to review it, right? The manager, the director, Leah. We're saying, I just don't feel it's appropriate.
Okay, I'll defer to you.
And let me ask this question. Eventually, you'll find a budget amendment that you need to bring to us. And when you bring the budget amendment to us, I imagine you bring us a imagine you bring us a fully restated budget with all of the previous changes made to it. So it's not a question of whether we'll ever see these. It's a question of we're going to get them in lumps, and some of them will have already been effectively approved. Is that not likely to be the practice?
Well, in the past, we've only, as I understand it, you've only seen a budget amendment one time per year. And at that time, the restatement was not of the entire budget. It was just showing the impact on whatever unit was being affected by the budget transfer. So I don't think you would have seen all of the smaller transactions.
I have sense any consensus during her motion, Ms. LeBron?
Sure. I move to adopt the motion as stated. Does this cover the board book? Does the technical piece cover Sean's board book issues?
I think everything that Sean proposed, Leah and Kevin are comfortable with the exception of the reporting back. Everything else, all the other technical changes are going to work within that.
Then I move the resolution as stated.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Can we substitute the roll call?
Do we have any issues related to the fact that Sean joined us late?
I read late.
Okay, then maybe we should.
I know that he arrived, but.
Let's do the roll.
Broughton?
Yes.
Chula?
Yes.
Soleil?
Yes.
Spector?
Yes, start.
Yes. Thank you. All right, let's move to the next item. I'm sorry?
No.
No.
I don't mind.
Drew.
I think I'm on this committee.
Yeah.
You seconded.
I'll see.
Oh, right, sorry.
I'm going to learn it during Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah, good thing I
So the
wanted
training
to-
this afternoon is going to be beneficial for
I can't
me as well. All right, because I want to skip the roll call. All right, let's move on to the next item. And Mr. Humber, you're on again.
Yes, we have for you the fourth quarter quarterly financial statements. But since this is the fourth quarter, this is in effect the annual financial statements that you're seeing. These are unaudited numbers. The audit is currently being conducted, and we'll have final audited numbers for you when that audit report comes out, probably at your next meeting. And the only significant change that I anticipate between the numbers that you see today and the numbers in the annual audit is that we don't have the pension and post-retirement health care costs in these pre-audited numbers, because those numbers get calculated by actuaries, and we have not yet received those reports from the actuaries. So they're working on them. We anticipate them to come soon, and they will definitely be in the final numbers when you get them. The order of magnitude, obviously I can't tell you. It's a complicated enough calculation that it requires actuaries to calculate, but I can say that last year those two numbers added up to 3.3 million. So a relatively significant number, not yet booked. So I want to point out just a couple of important things. So if you turn to page 3 of the financial report, this has the table that shows the assets and liabilities, revenues and expenses compared to the prior year. And this this shows that the assets are exactly what they were a year ago. It shows the liabilities are slightly above what they were, and so it's a relatively stable organization is what this is showing us. Total revenues are $152 million for the State Bar compared to last year's $194 million, and that is because the Bank of America settlement of $44 million was in the prior year numbers. And total expenses are, as you know, going up, and you'll see that as an increase from $148 million to $153 million during the year. So this resulted then in a net surplus for the year of minus $2 million. So when we ask the question of, is the financial position of the State Bar improving or deteriorating, the answer is it's deteriorating. So this year we will show, and this is again without the post-retirement health care and pension costs being in here, so that will increase that number more so. The sections, as you know, moved out to its own entity on January 1, so all the sections amounts are included in this year, and next year we'll have a smaller organization to report. Next, I'd like you to turn to page 8, and we were looking at the State Bar in total there. Now, page 8 allows us to look at just the general fund by itself in the first column. And so this tells a similar story. If you look down near the bottom of the page, change in net position is the annual impact of operations, and it shows a negative 421,000. Again, that number will go up when we get that final adjustment in there. But it shows that the general fund is also starting to deteriorate. And if you recall, when we adopted the 2018 final budget, with the significant investment in capital projects and IT projects, that there was an even faster degradation of the general fund for those kinds of projects. So this is the story that starts in 2017 and continues in what you've seen in the budget for 2018.
Any questions for Kevin on 4Q?
I just want to make a comment that this is consistent with a lot of news we've been getting about the financial status of the bar, which is that the people of California and the stakeholders expect an awful lot about this organization. And we have been stepping up our game and pushing out a lot. But the consequence of that has been that we've come closer to the line financially. We haven't had a fee increase in almost 20 years, and although the number of licensees has grown steadily to provide additional resources, that trend is flattening out, and we can see the plateau coming, and we can see the number of lawyers in California starting to fall. And we have to be thoughtful about what we can commit to. And we have to be clear with our stakeholders that we can't make bricks without straw. And so we will need to have a serious conversation about when a fee increase is politically possible and what this organization can sustain until it is.
All right, then, so there's a resolution to approve that financial statement?
So moved.
All right, a second?
Second.
I guess we can substitute the roll call to add.
Or we can call it, and I will
Let's call
not
it.
call my name. I get it now.
Broughton.
Yes.
Petula.
Yes.
Salehi.
Yes.
Spector.
Yes.
Vote passed.
All right, thank you. And then we had a preview of the committee charge, and we actually now, this last item on our agenda is actually a budget amendment that is being brought to us as we talked about earlier.
So we're number 3 is before.
Oh, excuse me, did I jump ahead?
Yeah.
I got excited. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so.
Oh, you're not taking this off. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought we were to. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just for discussion. So you may recall that the board hired a consultant to recommend a revised indirect cost allocation methodology a couple of years ago, Bill Statler. And the methodology that he proposed and that the board accepted his report on has been used to develop the 2017 and 2018 budgets. The state auditor has recommended, and you may have seen that in Linda Katz's report, that we develop a policy for allocating indirect costs to information technology projects. So, although we've been implementing, following the methodology, excuse me, of Bill Statler, there are some situations where that policy or that methodology isn't clear, and so therefore we are in the process of developing a cost allocation policy, and we wanted to give the committee an opportunity to have some input into that as we are thinking about what to include in the policy, and indeed whether this is a policy of the board that goes in the board book or just into our own budget policies and procedures. Specifically, the things that have come to our attention that need to be addressed, besides just the overall need of putting a policy in writing, is that we aren't clear and consistent on when we allocate costs to IT projects and capital projects. So they are projects that take time of management. They are projects that may take up office space and personnel time and IT support and things like that. And so how do we decide whether to allocate costs to those projects? And just as importantly, the reverse of it, once we have those projects, when do we include those in the indirect cost pool and allocate them out to the programs that benefit from those IT and capital projects? So we're not entirely consistent on how we handle those. Also, approval for changes. So the methodology is a methodology, but it's not a policy, and therefore, when new things come up in our operations and how do we incorporate it in, we haven't decided upon who needs to approve any of these changes or additions or nuances of how we're implementing. So, as an example, in this 2018 budget, we included the attorney regulation and consumer resource, thank you, department, or more of that office in the indirect cost pool, and we didn't know exactly what level of approval that we needed. I put in here just so that everybody can refresh their memories on what we're talking about in indirect costs. So the indirect cost pool is about $33 million for 2018 in the budget. And so it's primarily the costs of the executive management team, the resources for supporting the board and the board costs themselves, and the internal operations, IT, HR, finance, Office of General Counsel. Those kinds of things are what make up the pool. And then you can see off to the right-hand side how those costs get allocated. They get allocated down to individual cost centers, and I am just showing you how they get allocated by fund here, so you can see basically who's being impacted. So the policy that we are starting with, we are planning to discuss the overall purpose of a cost allocation policy and give an overview of the methodology that we're following. We are going to address the approval process that we just talked about under what circumstances do we need to have approvals outside of my own department? When do we need to go to LEA? When do we need to go to finance and planning? When do we need to go to the board? And then how to handle those costs of capital projects and IT projects, when to allocate to them, when their costs will be allocated out. And it's not so much a matter of whether or not those things get allocated. It's largely a matter of how to allocate them. What's the basis that you're using to decide who is benefiting and how to allocate? We just need to formalize those things so that it's not happening on a case-by-case basis. And then several things related to the mechanics of the process. What basis are we using? You can see on this slide that we have up in front that you can see in the second column what basis we are allocating those indirect costs on. But we need to decide which costs and which basis and why we're determining, how we're determining that, so when we have new costs that they can fall into the correct bucket. Also, the policy of truing up costs at the end of the year. So we have a current policy that says that we will allocate costs based upon budgeted amounts, and that those costs will then be allocated and not changed throughout the year, depending upon whether or not we are hitting the budget numbers. That allows a certain amount of predictability on people, the impact on people's budgets. But it is a policy matter to decide whether or not you true up elements of that indirect costs or not. So we need to decide that and put it in writing for consistency. The identification of the costs to be allocated. So what goes into the pool? How do we decide what is an allocatable cost? And then also, who are the targets? How do we decide which divisions, offices, programs should be allocated, cost allocated to? So it's normally the outward-facing departments and programs and activities that are the targets, and the inward-facing ones that are the cost allocators, but we need to define those a little bit. So we have a lot of things to include in the policy. I wanted to highlight those for you and see if there were any things that the committee wanted us to make sure that we were also addressing.
I think one that, when you start getting into cost allocation, you can go down some pretty fuzzy roads, and I think you probably need to first clarify what are you trying to accomplish. So whether or not we cost allocate is kind of irrelevant to the actual dollars we end up spending. It's what are we trying to measure and manage. So that should determine why we care whether or not we allocate. So if people are, if we're, there's so many different scenarios you can think of, but I'm not sure, like, for example, if a project has a project budget, does it really matter if we allocate, or not? And as long as we recognize that, we're not allocating to those, and therefore the amount that will be allocated to the ongoing programs, it has to cover X. I'm not sure in the end it really matters. So I guess to sum it up, just where I started, I think first we have to decide what we're trying to measure.
But all of our funding sources are not fungible. So we start with funds that are available for particular purposes. And we have to figure out how to make best use of those restricted funds that's consistent with the legal restrictions on the funds, but still accomplish the larger program. And so in the government, the cost allocation program becomes vital and a significant constraint on our ability to get everything done. And as our finances continue to get tighter and tighter, this may become a more and more important question. One of the reasons that this is a particularly ripe time to be asking it is that the bar has gone through a lot of change recently, and some of our cost centers have gone away, and some of our funding sources have gone away too. I'm not especially interested in getting into the wonky details of whether we're using employee headcounts or square footage or the number of typewriters, as long as it's a rational program that comes recommended by our staff and that we present in a transparent way and raises no concerns from our stakeholders. I'm prepared to accept a professional recommendation on this.
I just wanted to add one. I think, Renee, your point is an excellent one. And when I first got to the bar, I just thought, well, why are we doing this, frankly? And then we've had a number of challenges, as you know, by some of these special funds, like the admissions fund, and there is an overlap with our appendix I review and these various committees, and sort of the ownership they take over the
I remember that
over
discussion of the rent or remote.
Right. And And then, now the conversation has become complicated by the fact that we've lost the sections, and so we've lost this base or one of the entities to which we cost allocated. The general fund absorbed those costs in 2018. But for 2019, if we don't do something to reduce that overall 33 million, we will be adding to the amounts that we allocate out to the other funds, and they will take issue with that. So there's a lot of things at play here, but I thought it was valuable for Kevin to bring this to you because, one, we have been talking about it. We are trying to make sure we're consistent in our approach in all areas. So there's the cost allocation that we do for the budget, but it's also played out in the MOUs that we've negotiated with CLA in terms of what we're charging them for the cost of collections, and other entities for whom we collect as part of the license and fee statement. Just really making sure we have a consistent, clear, defensible methodology that we use in all areas.
Because we have been challenged, as we know. The sections particularly, they're not here anymore, but they're still here in a way. And CBE was the bar examiners are very sensitive to this issue. So my understanding then is you're going to bring to us a proposal in May that for our consideration to vote on or to review.
Well,
what's happening in May?
So that's actually one of the open questions is this a worthy of a board book amendment, or is this an internal policy that we put into our budget policies and procedures manual? So it's kind of up to the committee to decide whether it wants to see this.
Renee?
I guess I would just go back, I would like to understand, not, to Michael's point, not so much we're doing it by square footage or whatever, but just clarity on what's our overall philosophy about it and what are we trying to accomplish. And, obviously the ability to maximize use of funds is an important one. And I know, other organizations that have had that, you can end up, when you have restricted funds, you can end up with money left over in restricted funds that you didn't use up because you didn't allocate, you set yourself up so you couldn't allocate there. So again, just trying to, that shouldn't necessarily be the only thing that drives us. So just being clear on what your philosophy is, I think, what your policy is would be more helpful.
Yeah, so I think it sounds like in May, if you could bring to us what the proposal is, what the consensus is from finance and from Leah, and then I think that would help a lot. I think that then this committee can look at that. I don't know about I don't know if this is already a board book. I don't think that it is. I know when it was a real hot issue is why we spent all the big bucks with Sadler and did all that. It's going to be less of a hot topic, and yet it's still going to be an issue. So
okay, so maybe what we'll do is we'll draft it as part of our internal budget policies and procedures document, and then I will bring to you an agenda item where we discuss what we're doing, including the overall philosophy of why we're doing what we're proposing to do.
Is that the will? I agree with that. Is that the will of the committee? Okay. All right. Well, there was no action on this item. It was informational. Thank you, Kevin. So now we get to the last budget amendment item, and Kevin's going to present that as well.
Yeah. So as you when the board adopted the final budget in January, they gave us staff permission to make technical adjustments and corrections as necessary prior to filing it with the state legislature on February 15th. We identified a few potential items to make as technical corrections and decided that they were not large enough to be worthy of making any adjustments at that time, and we filed the document exactly as approved by the board with the state. Those items that we identified for potential changes are just like any other, all times, all through the year, we are monitoring things that where the budget needs to be changed, and only when things are large enough to require board approval, do we accumulate those and bring them to you. So typically it's been once a year. We have one item already this year that, since we didn't make it as a technical adjustment for the filing with the state, that we are bringing it to you as a budget amendment now. And that item is basically the spin down plan related to the client security fund. So if you recall, when the final budget was adopted, the client security fund was projecting out to have an ending reserve balance at the end of 2018 of 47%. And this is on page 2 of the agenda, by the way. 47%. And your policy, the board's policy, says that if a fund has greater than 30% in its reserves for longer than a 6-month period of time, then staff will come back with a recommendation on the spend down plan. So that's what this is addressing that. So if you look at that table in the middle of page 2, it shows what was in the first column shows what was in the originally adopted final budget. And the proposed amendment is what we're proposing in this change today. So we're proposing to increase the budgeted payouts from the Client Security Fund by $800,000. That will, also that will pull in an additional couple $100,000 estimated of indirect costs related to that. So we're proposing to increase the budget in the Client Security Fund by $1 million. Now, if you look at the final column on page 2, it shows that not only the impact of this additional $1 million, but if you look at that asterisk line, projected balance 1/1/2018, it shows that we in the final budget, we thought that the Client Security Fund would begin 2018 with $3.8 million. That was based upon October actuals, and so in the final 2 months of the year, things did not pan out as we projected them to, and therefore the Client Security Fund only ended up with $3.1 million in the balance as of the beginning of 2018. So combine that $700,000 or $800,000 there and $1 million of additional budget that we are requesting in this agenda item means the projected ending balance for 2018 is down to 22%, $2 million.
Who wants to oppose $1 million to the Client Security Fund? Going once?
Save that thought. We'll be having a conversation about the Client Security Fund tomorrow, or maybe later today.
Tomorrow. I was gonna add, you'll see in the report on the Client Security Fund tomorrow that there is an indication that if the board approves this amendment today, it will impact our analysis of the funding need in the Client Security Fund. And just to also alert the board to the fact that one of the items in the Client Security Fund report has to do with a recommendation to potentially recalculate or modify the methodology that we use to calculate the reserve levels in the Client Security Fund. Right now, we include both the administrative costs and the reimbursements in calculating that 17%. And if the board decides ultimately to amend the reserve policy with respect to the Client Security Fund, that will free up even more money for payouts in the very near future.
That's on tomorrow.
We'll be discussing that tomorrow.
Kevin, just a question. So in the table you were just referring to, toward the bottom, projected balance 12/31/2018, the very right-hand number is negative $2,025,000. That's supposed to be a positive, right?
That is supposed to be a positive.
Based on your previous.
Yes, thank you.
That's our shop. Got these appellate lawyers, we love them. Okay, anybody else? Then I would entertain a motion. Second?
Second.
All right, call the roll, Jack.
Brock?
Yes.
LeBron?
Yes.
Tula?
Yes.
Select?
Yes.
Hector?
Yes again.
And I don't need to call you. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, Kevin. Yes, you can take a breath now. Appreciate all of that. Thank you. And I've got us only 15 minutes behind, and I checked with our fearless leader that we'll have a 15-minute lunch break. That sounds like the consensus, and then resume at 12:45. Thank you all.
the best practice is to go at the end, not to require stuff. Although.
Okay, good afternoon, welcome to the meeting of the Executive Committee of the Board of... Good afternoon, we're starting the third time's the charm. This is Michael Colantino, Chair of the Board of Trustees, and we are opening our meeting of the Executive Committee of the Board. We will call the roll, and then we will take a 10-minute closed session to address one item of personnel business, and then we'll return to open session for the rest of our agenda. So Leah, if you'll call the roll, please.
All right, Fox.
Here.
LeBron. Here. Lee.
Here.
Mendoza. Here. Manning. Here. Stallings.
Here.
Stevens.
Here.
Okay.
Do we have any public comments on matters for the Executive Committee today? Seeing none, we will now adjourn into a brief closed session, and we'll be back at 12:55. And if you're not
you want it up on the screen.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready. We're back in session as the Executive Committee of the Board of Trustees of the State Bar. My name is Michael Palestino. We have completed our closed session in which we established the parameters for evaluating the performance of our General Counsel. In that discussion, we congratulated her for her contributions to our successful conclusion of bargaining with our employees that reached MOUs that we're happy to implement with our employees in tandem. Now we're in open session. I will reserve my oral report until tomorrow. We have nothing on our consent calendar. And on our business calendar, we will start with the relationship between the executive director and the board chair. Leah.
Yes, do you want to, this is actually our joint item.
You know, we probably should reestablish the roll call.
Okay.
Call
Fox. Yeah, here. LeBron. Let me get who else is here at this time, though. Lee. Here. Mendoza.
Here.
Manning.
Here.
Stallings.
Here.
Stevens.
Here.
We'll catch her name when we can.
And then Valentino, yes. Wilson, I've got you listed as ex officio, non-voting, not toward quorum, but taking your vote.
We welcome your presence anyway.
And,
I don't
has LeBron joined us?
Not yet. We'll catch her with the first vote. So Leah.
All right. So you have before you today, this is for information, not action, a framework, and I consider this to be a living document that certainly during Michael's tenure we will continue to work to refine. But the intention is to kind of codify the division of labor, so to speak, between the executive director and the chair of the board with respect to the key areas that you see in the framework document. And this, I think, just to put it in a bit of a broader context, is part of the work that we're doing. It really stems, in my view, from the recommendations of the Governance and the Public Interest Task Force, all of the work we did to reorganize the bar, to revise certain segments of our board book and really get clarity around our committee charters. And now it's time to turn to look at another aspect of governance, which is really the relationship between the board and staff at the bar as represented really ultimately as the relationship between the chair and the executive director. So the document here again is informational. Part of this, and I included comments to this effect in my executive director's report for tomorrow's meeting. Part of this touches on this broader question of what is the role of the board book, because you see in this agenda item that we are not intending to incorporate this framework into the board book. Instead, at a staff level, it's become clear that we do need to have a mechanism for, again, codifying certain practices, such as the relationship between the executive director and the chair, the way that we support the board, and many of you have mentioned the two-person calls that we've been having, and that's a structure that I think has been working well, and we would want it to continue even when we are not all here at the bar. And so the question is, how do you make sure that those things have legs and live beyond the current individuals in our roles? And so thinking about an administrative manual that will govern staff to come in terms of how they relate to the board. And so I think this framework would be incorporated into that document as opposed to the board book. So this is the intention behind the framework, and I don't know, Michael, if you want to add anything?
Yeah, the relationship between the chair and the chief executive is, I think, really important to effective management of the bar. We have different roles that in some ways overlap. We benefited from the fact that Jim and Elizabeth had a really comfortable partnership and had a successful year of riding the storm, so to speak. And Leah and I have had a very comfortable relationship and have been able to talk through where the points of contact between our positions are. Because we're in such a fertile period of change, and because we've had support from some really good change management consultants, it's been an easy conversation for us to have, and it's been easy for us to establish expectations of one another. My fear is that as we return to more normal times and we rotate more bodies through my position, that some of that ease and clarity will get lost if we don't try to preserve it in some form. I don't imagine this to be terribly rigid or prescriptive. Different chairs will have different strengths, and we'll work with Leah in different ways, but we at least want to give people a checklist of what the roles are and where they've been lodged in the past. So I would encourage all of you to have a look at this when you have a moment. Those of you who are thinking about it and asking the Supreme Court to consider you for chair or vice chair next year should give particular thought to what you have to say on this subject. And then share your comments with Leo or me, and we will take it in advisement as we continue to develop this instrument. So you're not being asked to approve this today. It's here as an information item to solicit your engagement with it now and later. Is there engagement with it that we can productively do today? Joanna?
With respect to item 8, periodically review progress on achieving strategic plan goals and objectives. To me, that's also in conjunction with the board, because the committee chairs are going to have certain things that fall under their purview, and they're going to need to be making sure those things are happening as well. So I think we should add in conjunction with the board on item 8. And
Is that the board generally, or is that the finance and planning chair in particular?
That's, well, the programs committee has certain items in the strategic plan we're following and making sure happen.
We're using in conjunction with the board as a standard,
proxy,
so
yeah.
that's quite fine. Okay.
Item 25, which has to do with designing the board agenda. There's never been a good way for other board members, other than the chair and the executive director, to place items on the agenda that they think need to be talked about. And this doesn't leave that open for that, and I really think we need to address that at some point. There's got to be a process by which any board member can request and talk about getting an item put on the agenda.
This is a topic that I'm going to cover at the end of this afternoon in meeting management, and so I think we should talk about it then. What I would tell you for now is that if you have something you think should be agendized for a committee, you should discuss it with the committee chair. If you have something you think should be agendized for the board, you should discuss it with me. I think controlling what goes on the agenda is vital to the success of the bar, because if we can put things on the agenda that we're not ready to talk about well, we'll talk about them poorly, and there will be consequences. So it's not a trivial topic, it's a vital one. Our leadership here is shared. I am your leader, and I view myself as a servant leader. So let's talk about this more under training this afternoon. And for now, be aware, if you want to agenda something, talk to the appropriate chair. Joanna, do you have more?
Let's just hope everyone after you is as benevolent.
The benevolent dictator.
So, Debbie.
Debbie Manning. I really like this. I've been a chair with an executive director, and having it really outlined as to who does what, and having a different framework to go by, because otherwise you spend a lot of time trying to figure out where your footprint is and where the executive director's footprint is. And so I think this is very good.
Great. Is there other? Brandon.
Brandon Stallings. In regards to item 12, identify organizational performance issues, take thoughtful countermeasures to address. Looks like executive director's primary. What do you think about having chair be the secondary on that? And that the chair would be interacting with the heads of the organization, the various stakeholders within the organization. You might get a position to quickly address some sort of performance issues, maybe even between the different entities in the organization.
We talked about this one, and just speaking for myself, I have no hesitation to raise with Leah concerns I have about how we're doing as an organization. But I don't think it's my job to take countermeasures. I don't run the place. So if I think there are particular aspects of the way we serve California that could be done better, I'm happy to talk to her about it, but I'm not happy to talk to anybody else about it. And that's why the way this one is written, it feels to me that it really does belong there.
Except, of course, if the performance issue has to do with me, or the general counsel and the chief trial counsel, positions for which the board is directly responsible.
And do we have a separate element under performance management with respect to our direct reports?
No, so
I think that's what we ought to do. We ought to add a box about managing our direct reports. And in that case, the primary responsibility really does lie with the chair.
In conjunction with the board.
Correct, yeah. And maybe it's also primary responsibility for the other two reports because they have responsibilities to you on the budget administration side. Good catch, thank you. Other input for this tool? You'll see it again. There'll be opportunities to talk about it again. I think we've done what we needed to for today. Let us turn to the next item on our agenda. Where agenda got to. Which is the approval of the Audit Committee's revised annual work plan. Mr. Stallings.
All right, so I don't know if everybody got it. Right, Brandon Stallings. I don't know if everybody got a copy of the Audit Committee's revised annual work plan. As we discussed in the Audit Committee during the approval of it, one of the things Audit Committee took on this year is compliance, and that's handled under the ORIA performance audits, as well as the state auditor's audit, evaluate findings and recommendations. So something that the Audit Committee fully embraces, kind of this new compliance function. And as you can see, the Audit Committee is very, it's a very in-depth committee. We have a lot of issues going on. And I think there's been really good coordination between the findings of the different audits and recommendations and the implementation of those. So that way we can hopefully own those recommendations and the implementation here into Audit Committee and not kind of have that multiple people responsible for multiple things and then none of it's done. So I want to thank Kevin for really fleshing out this work plan.
We approved work plans for each of our committees previously. Audit had a quorum problem at the meetings where we did this, and so they were unable to present theirs until today. We now have it before us. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Is there further discussion? I don't think we can substitute the roll call, so please call it.
Fox?
Yes.
LeBron?
Yes.
Manning?
Yes.
Stallings?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries. Ms. Hirschwitz, you have some CRLA appointments.
You were the motion.
He's treating the mover and the second as having necessarily voted yes, which means if you ever
Went
move
through
a
this
second for
earlier.
purposes of
Same
discussion, you should make clear that you're only moving a second for purposes of discussion, or you'll go down in history as having voted for something you disagree with.
We need some training. If only we have that hour.
I need another hour and a half.
Okay. Donna.
So I'm presenting to you today appointments to the Board of Directors for California Rural Legal Assistance. Pursuant to federal regulations, the state bar or county or municipal bar associations make appointments to the governing boards of recipients of Federal Legal Services Corporation funding. What you have before you today are recommendations for 5 appointments to CRLA. You'll see in the materials there are recommendations for reappointments of 3 board members. We do in our pursuant to the board book allow reappointments to successive terms. So there are recommendations for 3 reappointments as well as 2 new appointments to the governing body of California Rural Legal Assistance.
Tell me why we're still in this business.
So we are in this business because Section 1607.3 of Title 45 of the Code of Federal Regulations requires that where you have multi-county legal services corporation funded bodies, that the state bar or county or municipal bar associations appoint some number of the members. For those legal services corporation funded entities, if they span multiple counties, and we have surveyed them, we've asked if they want us to still be in this business, where they span multiple counties, it is easier for them if we do it. Also, we put out a press release and we announced that we are soliciting appointments, and there is certainly a feeling that the gravitas that comes with an appointment from the State Bar of California will attract more people, better quality people, and so as a result, they would like for us to continue I think there are 5 Legal Services Corporation funded entities for which we still appoint members of the board of directors. And when last surveyed, they would like us to continue in that role because of the way it enables them to, one, sort of centralize the appointments just through us, the single bar association, as opposed to the multiple local county bar associations, but also, again, because of the fact that there's a feeling that they may get sort of more and better applicants to select from because of the gravitas that comes with the state bar appointment.
And of course, they're consistent with our mission to ensure access to justice for California
Yes.
of all means. Is there further discussion of this item?
One thing,
Please.
Joanna Mendoza, the argument they make is very familiar to me because the sections repeatedly said that as well. So we didn't previously have a statewide bar association that could do this type of stuff. And I'm not saying obviously we shouldn't do it today, but I think that while it may be within our access to justice, we could argue that we are just making appointments to other bodies. It's not within actual work we're doing. And it may be worthwhile to look at whether or not we need to be continuing to make these appointments, considering we do have a statewide organization that can be doing it.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question because I'm a little confused. Is the LLC rules by which these organizations get funding require the State Bar of California itself to make the appointments?
No, it specifically says one or more state, county, or municipal bar associations, the membership of which represents a majority of attorneys practicing law in the locations in which the recipient provides legal assistance.
So this could be segued over to CLA at some point.
Yeah, let's add it to the list.
Yeah, so I think we should move this item along for now, but we should continue to think about what that division of responsibility between the bar and the CLA is. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Fox and Stallings, is there further discussion? May I substitute the roll call? Yeah, it's pretty. Donna, you're still up. Let's talk about Lisnick.
Okay, so I'm just going to say ditto. With regard to appointments to the governing body of the Legal Services of Northern California, we are being asked to reappoint 6 members to the 36-member board of the Legal Services of Northern California. In this instance, because they wanted to have all of these individuals reappointed, they did not ask for us to do the publication that we normally do to seek additional applicants.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second? Can I get a second, please?
I had a question.
No, I don't think I have a second.
I'll second.
So Fox and Mendoza. Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Please.
I was looking at the demographics for this particular item, and you said it's a 36-member board, so
Yes.
the demographics they gave us were 26. So, just curious who the other 10 people are demographically.
And the numbers that we saw suggest that their board is less diverse than
Yes.
we would hope for.
Yes.
Part of that is the territory that they serve. It's Sacramento to Oregon, not including the coast.
So I'd imagine those are all vacancies, so, I would imagine the missing 10 are vacant positions.
We may want to have a dialogue with COAP about Lisnick's need for some fresh blood.
Yeah, some sort of diversity, so it doesn't look like California at all. So the numbers they give us, that doesn't look like California at all.
And COAP is our Council on Access and Fairness, which is the entity of the bar that is our conscience on those issues.
They don't even have
Yes.
sexual orientation on here at all. Not at all. Doesn't exist.
Should.
Yeah,
Northern California?
I circled some of those very same issues that they drew my attention.
We should, I know Lisnick is a great organization and they do great work.
I'm sure
They have persistent recruitment issues because of the huge territory that they serve. They serve 28 counties, and getting people to meetings is a challenge. But I think we can move this along and still encourage our staff to engage in those dialogues. Is there more discussion? May I substitute the roll call?
I don't know.
Okay, let's call the roll. That's fine, call the roll.
LeBron.
Yes.
Lee.
Lee, he's thinking.
No.
Mendoza, second, Manning.
No.
Stallings.
No.
Stevens.
Yes.
Collins. What do we have?
What's your
Three.
tie? So 3-3?
4-3.
4-3, and it carries?
It does, because the motion was Fox, the second was Mendoza, and then we had 2 additional yeses, so it's 4-3. Carries.
Donna, why don't you make a point of reporting back to the Programs Committee in May about the result of your dialogue with COAP and listening?
Will do.
Okay, that takes us to the Board Book amendments, which we just talked about. Deja vu all over again. Mr. Harper.
Yes, at the Finance and Planning Committee, we talked about and proposed a policy change to make the budget transfer process consistent between the internal policies and procedures in the board book. And the proposal is to allow the directors to make transfers within their cost center without further approval, to have transfers between cost centers within the same fund and same office approved by the CFO, and to make transfers between offices within the same fund able to be approved by the executive director, with transfers between funds needing to come to the board for approval. And also the board would also approve any budget changes of 250,000 or more, even at those other levels of transfer, and also would continue with the requirement for board approval for any total increase in spending authority. So that's the proposed amendment to the board book.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So it's moved by LeBron, seconded by Stallings. Discussion. Joanna?
There's a reference to the treasurer in the red line, and I'm wondering if that needs to still be in there since we don't have a treasurer anymore.
Do we still have a treasurer, but is not a trustee, or do we in fact not have a treasurer at all? Kevin?
I don't know the answer.
I thought it was eliminated with the statutory element.
There's somebody who has to be responsible for the treasury function, but whether anybody bears the treasurer title is the question.
Correct. So I'm not
It
sure.
says they can make technical edits, so can we research that and add that to the technical edits?
Yes.
So, Kevin, you can put that on your
Yes,
list.
absolutely.
Thank you. Is there more discussion? May I substitute the roll call? Actually, we can't, because the last one was a split roll call. Please call the roll.
Fox.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Mendoza.
Yes.
Manning.
Yes.
Stevens.
Yes.
And it carries.
And we are adjourned.
Okay.
We can seize those minutes and put them to use.
Nothing. Try this. That's fine, you guys can purposely put me on. Is this better? It's better.
That's getting better, yeah. There you go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jason Lee. I am the vice chair and the chair of RAD. I'm going to convene the RAD meeting. And with that, Dag, if you wouldn't mind to do the roll call, please.
Broughton. Here. Colatuna.
Here.
Fox.
Here.
LeBron. Mendoza.
Here.
Tula.
Here.
Saleg. Here. Spector.
Here.
Stallings.
Here.
Steinbrecher.
Here.
Stevens.
Yep, here.
I'm here. We have a closed session immediately scheduled. So closed session is scheduled to go for about 30 minutes. So if folks who are online and watching, expect about 35 minutes before we open it up again for open session. And with that, I have to read these provisions here. So I'm going to convene a closed session pursuant to Government Code 11126C2 and 11126A. Pretty strong. All right, we're gonna get started. We have to wait for a couple of our trustees to return.
Jason, talk closer.
We're gonna get started pretty soon, just waiting on a couple of trustees to return back to their seats. Those chimes.
Flash the lights.
We are going to convene back into open session. Welcome. I do apologize for the delay. But here we are, we're back again, and Dag, if you wouldn't mind doing the roll call.
I wouldn't mind at all.
Thank you.
As soon as I can find the right sheet. Brock.
Here.
Valentuna. Valentuna. Fox.
Here.
LeBron. Mendoza.
Here.
Bertula.
Here.
Soleil. Here. Spector.
Here.
Stallings.
Here.
Steinbrecher.
Here.
Stevens. Here. And Lee.
Here. As this is our first foray into open session, a call for public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to make public comment, please step up and do so. Okay. We will move then to the next item on the agenda. I'm supposed to give a chair report, but I don't have anything to report, so let's go to the next item, which is 3A, Office of Chief Trial Counsel, State Bar Court, Office of Probation, Workload Study. Those responsible for that, you can step up.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron B., analyst with the Office of Research.
Ron, I'm going to ask you to speak. They pull the mic right close to your mouth so that everyone can hear you.
My name is Ron B. I'm research analyst, principal analyst with the Office of Research. And Justin Eward.
Also an analyst with the Office of Research and Institutional Accountability.
We've been working together for more than a little over a year on workload study. Here I'm going to give you background and the preliminary results, the process of what we got, the purpose of the study. First of all, the background about this study. As a result of the workforce planning study, they recommended that we conduct a workload study. Workload study is different from workforce planning in the sense that workload study will look at workload drivers, staffing, and come up with, most of these studies will come up with a case weight as a way of measuring the amount of resources needed to process the case. So that's the element to expand on the workforce planning study. The second reason that we are pushing for this workload study to be completed last year, it's part of the 5-year strategic plan, and under one of the goals, it's specified that we complete workload study along with other performance metrics. So workload study coming up with a case weight, it will be treated as the overall metrics looking at various aspects of the operation of the bar. And the purpose of the study, what we could use the workload study for to advance our policy, use that as a management tool. There's a variety of ways of using workload study results. Here I just listed two major important reasons. One is to identify staff resource needs to meet the statutory requirements of processing cases within 180 days. Only with more empirical data we'll be able to identify the relationship between the resource and the ability to process cases expeditiously within 100 days. So that's just the beginning of looking into this issue with more data. The second reason is workload study will provide us with more empirical information to inform the budget planning process, both internally as a management tool, as I mentioned earlier, as well as externally in relation to the legislature to demonstrate the board's resource needs. Questions and factors in workload study. The basic question is just to ask, what's the amount of resources needed in order to process the case? When cases fluctuate, with the workload study results, we'll be able to have a better sense about the change in the resource and staffing levels. And key elements to answer this question, basically just if you look at later on, I'll go through the formula of actually calculating case weight. All you need is just the caseload and staffing level. Given the amount of incoming cases and the amount of resources, you'll be able to use a formula to create a case weight for a variety of case types or other kind of a breakdown of the operation. Although this sounds fairly straightforward, there are additional factors that would influence the relationship between workload and staffing or resource level. These additional factors are important to keep in mind. Sometimes you have a good sense about the influence of these factors, and other times you may not have the information to say anything about it. I just listed here standard operating procedures. When procedure changes, it certainly would change the way things are being handled with an impact on either efficiency or efficacy of the process. Organizational and team structure, talent retention and turnover. This is part of the results of just looking at the turnover information over the past 10 years. There's a lot of change, and a lot of studies have shown turnover really have an impact on operational efficiency and service quality and case outcome. All of these are additional factors to consider. As far as implementation process, in late 2016, we reached out to the Judicial Council to request that they share with us the source code for software that's used for conducting time study. They use the time study method for many years, and to make it easier for us to start the process, we got the source code sometime in April, and after getting the source code, our IT colleagues modified the software to fit our IT environment. In the meantime, we also compiled the list of tasks and subtasks to load into the software so that when we deploy the study participant will be able to select the task or subtasks that they are engaged in at the time as the key information for time study data. So in August, we pilot test the survey tool. September, October is the data collection period. In selecting the data collection period, we took into consideration a time period that is representative of the average kind of a work process throughout the year. So we don't want to pick a period where there might be a lot of people taking vacation or leave, or there are some special projects affecting the routine tasks. So October and September, we completed the data collection, take another month to conduct the data analysis. And the first 2 months of this year, we just show the results and talk to staff, trying to validate the data, modify the results where necessary. And that process is still going on. We'll take another 2 to 3 weeks to go through additional validation and possible adjustments of the case weights, depending on where we see some issues, or depending on staff telling us that there might be some areas where adjustments could be appropriately made. So by the end of this month, our target date is complete, the final report of the study. Just to give you some sense about the results of the data, this is a snapshot of the activities in OCTC, aggregating all of the responses from study participants across all staff types. And the percentage of the activities engaged in at the time, it's displayed in descending order. You can see that communication with a variety of parties, or internally or externally, that accounts for about 30% of their daily work activities. All of these work activities is after we have excluded the time that they spent on non-case related activities. Non-case related activities include training, going to meetings, and some other activities. So this is the focus of trying to look into what's involved in processing cases for different staff types. And using this information, we'll be able to have case weights, the amount of time in terms of staff minutes related to all of the cases. Another view of the same breakdown of the major activities, but just displayed for attorney staff and investigator staff. You can see contacting investigators spends a larger percentage of the time engaged in communication, reviewing documents for both staff categories, and drafting, creating documents. These three together accounts for the majority of the time in processing cases. I should also note, for all of these major task areas, the time study also gives us more detailed information in the subtask areas. So if you want to drill down more for purpose of process re-engineering, for example, if we find certain areas they spent a lot of time, want to know what's involved in all of those activities, we have additional detailed information going into each of these major task areas. And here's the process of using the time study data and filings information. Filings, I mean incoming cases. We'll be able to calculate the case weight. First, you take the total staff time available in a year. That's simply the number of staff multiplied by work year value. I'll talk about work year value a little bit later. The second part of the formula is to take staff time used to process case is equal to annual staff time available throughout the year, over an entire year, divided by the number of cases received. Work year value, we start with 365 days, and this is the typical process of coming up with work year value in a lot of our workload studies. And then you minus weekend and holidays, taking out vacation, sick leave, and other non-work days. This is partly based on study data as well as the empirical data from payroll, that I look at the proportion of staff time that's in vacation and sick leave, and minus the breaks. That gives you, at the end, about 100,000 minutes for staff with 8-hour day, and at the time of the study, there are non-attorney staff with 7.25 hours per day, and the total work year value that we estimated for that staff category is 90,000 minutes. So using these two numbers, work year value, plug into the formula. The next step is to look at the workload driver.
And so,
Justin.
Yeah, so for the workload driver, we're using a 3-year average, and that 3-year average is used to smooth out. We don't want wild fluctuations in the numbers that we're using to develop the case weights. And so this slide will show you that the OCTC is on the left-hand side, probation's that center column, and then State Bar Court is on the right-hand side. OCTC is broken up into 2 different parts. And so the left side is the intake, and then the right side is those cases that go through intake and manage to be in enforcement and are investigated. And so the big number is all of the different filings we get, so whether it be complaint, reportable actions, convictions, all those different things, and then those that are forward to enforcement. For probation, it's the probation cases open, so people that are put on probation. And then for State Bar Court, the driver is the cases filed with the court. And in this, you will see some of the different things that as a result of the workforce planning. So for probation, you'll see that in 2015, we had 1,000 cases. In 2017, we had 552 cases. Now, this reduction was as a result of some of the implementation of the workforce planning that we adopted, and that is the agreements in lieu of discipline. Those were transferred over to OCTC, and then also resignation without charges pending with the Supreme Court. We modified that process so that people would fulfill the conditions of that prior to submitting their resignation with the court, and so probation didn't need to monitor that. For enforcement, you will see that there are many more cases that go through to enforcement. A workforce planning recommendation changed some of the investigation that originally took an intake and moved it over into enforcement, so that's why you'll see a rise in that. So when we're coming up with the 3-year averages, we're looking at that and talking with staff about those impacts. So here's the estimated case weight under the initial review of the survey data. And so this is OCTCs. On the left-hand side, you will see the different position types. So it's administrative, attorney, investigator, paralegal, and records coordinator. And then the next column is the filled positions. So we had 218 staff in OCTC participate in the survey. The next column is the case related. So this is the amount of time that they spend on cases for the different positions. So a case and intake will take a total of 87 minutes, and of that, the attorney will put in 52 minutes. And then as that case goes through to enforcement, the total amount of minutes an average case would take is 2,258 minutes. The column just to the right of that is the non-case related. So as Ron said, if you're attending meetings, if you're attending board of trustees meetings, there's training, other things that are not case related, we capture that time as well. And then the final column is the total amount of time. We have the same information for probation, which they have 8 staff that participated, and the total amount of time is 835 minutes, of which 635 for the average probation case. And then also with State Bar Court. In some of our preliminary discussions with State Bar Court, we reviewed the data, but we needed to break it down further and into hearing, review, and effectuations, because there are significant differences between those different departments. And so we will continue to review this data with State Bar Court, but this is preliminary what we have for their results. And so a case in hearing will take 2,797 minutes, and in review it's about 2,800 minutes, and then effectuations 142 minutes. So taking this estimated case weight and furthering it, we are going to validate the baseline data with study participants, and this is what we've done a majority of. We still have a little bit more to do, but a majority of this has taken place over the last couple months when we've met with the different departments, subject matter experts, and management. We are also going to modification of case weights based on process and workflow changes not captured in the time study. And so this is where we look at other things that are happening around the bar. Case prioritization is a good example. There may be a reallocation of resources, and so we'll need to take that into account as we're compiling this study. The third is adjustment of case weights to reflect improvements in either case processing, efficiency, or efficacy. This is where when we talk on the Delphi sessions, and there may be, for an example, there's 2 levels of review, but we determined that there only needs to be 1 level of review, and that it's still appropriate and the control is still met. And so efficiencies that we identify in these Delphi sessions, we will need to take into account. And then the last phase for development, the workload standard, it will be completed by the end of March. And so Ron and I have Delphi sessions scheduled tomorrow afternoon and Tuesday and all next week. So we have several sessions scheduled so we can get the report finished by the end of March. And this workload standard as a performance indicator, this study is about obtaining a baseline. Where Ron has done previous studies, he's done it with courts, but there are other courts to compare it with. You can compare the traffic court in Ventura with the traffic court in Sacramento County. The State Bar Court, as everybody here knows, is very unique. And so we're really trying to, and not just State Bar Court, but OCTC and probation, we're really trying to develop that baseline, because that baseline, since it was taken in September of last year, we're going to implement CMS. We're going to implement case prioritization, lots of other things. We can deploy the tool again because it's relatively, it's not very invasive. It doesn't take a lot of time to do, yet it provides us with a significant amount of data. And so we can compare, once we've implemented CMS, did we achieve some of the efficiencies that we thought we would? And so this kind of shows that you evaluate, develop the baseline, ongoing evaluation of output and outcome indicators, and then we adjust to reflect process changes. And that is our presentation. Are there questions?
Questions?
Do we have an
So do we have an answer? That answer to that question is not yet. We've been keeping in close touch related to the study. I mean, not only is it mandated, but it's an important study in which you're literally going to build the entire budget of the bar from these numbers. So we want to make sure that we do the necessary vetting, that whatever the conclusion is, that it's the right one, and one that we can use as the foundation going forward. Well, so thank you very much. We look forward to the next report.
Thank you.
All right, next up on the agenda is item 3B, which is Office of Chief Trial Counsel. Item 3B, which is Office of Chief Trial Counsel case prioritization. Steve, doing the presentation.
Thank you. So I do have one correction, and that is there is a reference in the agenda item to the fact that when the worker team was in place in intake, a number of cases were in backlog by the time the inquiries were transferred to enforcement. And this statement is unfair and does a disservice to the hardworking people who were on the worker team in intake. My understanding is that those cases were not in backlog, however, they were potentially delayed in the movement to enforcement, or some of those cases were, and that was the issue that was meant to be resolved by the transfer of those cases to the enforcement team. So my sincere apologies to the former members of the worker team. The agenda item contains a written history, in essence, of OCTC case processing and describes the current case prioritization system. It also describes how the new case prioritization system and the expediter system will work. This is largely information that I have previously given to you in oral form with some refinements since then. Most notably, I believe in November, I was before you in describing sort of this history of the cases, etc. And as you can see from the last presentation, there was 1,500 or 1,600 additional cases that moved to enforcement as a result of the movement of that worker team over to enforcement. In addition to the extra cases that came in, there are the extra responsibilities that go with the enforcement team as far as an investigative plan and other requirements that need to be done to comply with the enforcement standards. So I bring this to you not only as a way to provide information, but also to make sure that you're aware, as the 2015 State Auditor's Report requires, that the board be aware of any potential issue that deals with quality control measures or removing quality control measures. And to be clear, the removal of quality control measures is not the intent of this program. The intent of the program is to deal with the high caseloads and to make the process more efficient, and to devote, most importantly, to devote our resources to the cases that most directly impact public protection and the protection of the public. So we're not looking to make, we're not looking to have less thorough investigations or less quality investigations or less quality prosecutions. However, one could look at it in the sense of, if we are looking to remove the requirement that in certain low priority matters that investigative plans need to be written and approved, that could be observed as the removal of a quality control measure. And so in the spirit of compliance with the 2015 State Auditor's Report, I wanted to make sure that you all were aware that that was a piece of this. So with that, unless there are any questions, I don't have a whole lot else to add on this matter.
Thanks, Steve. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Joanna?
I'll move the resolution.
Second. So let's do a roll call.
No, Michael.
Okay. Let's do a roll call.
Broughton.
Yes.
Fox.
Yes.
LeBron. Petula.
Yes.
Salehi.
Yes.
Spector. Stallings.
Yes.
Steinbrecher.
Yes.
Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Next up on the agenda is item 3C, which is report on discipline system metrics and discussion of scope and purpose of annual discipline reports.
Start out. Disciplinary system metrics, we've been talking about it for some time. And generally metrics, I consider any indicators that can be used as a management tool should be considered metrics, including workload study that we just talked about. But beyond workload indicators, additional metrics are necessary, and here we're proposing and looking at the variety of data elements available and see what's the best way of developing an expanded list of metrics. In contrast to workload, which usually just looks at the relationship between input and output, we're proposing a series of outcome-based or long-term impact-based metrics to look at the efficacy in addition to efficiency of the operation. So here I just differentiate the two types of metrics or indicators. One is based on input-output to measure efficiency or productivity in resource utilization. Examples include trends of new cases received, cases disposed, disposition time, and backlog. These things you can look at the impact of resource allocation. And the second type is based on decision outcomes or follow-up impacts to measure the efficacy or quality of actions taken in achieving certain desired goals. Examples include disposition outcome, program completion, or recidivism. Recidivism, I use just as a generic term in following up the results of a certain outcome, because typically it's used in the context of a criminal justice. I'm not sure that's necessarily directly applicable here. Outcome-based metrics as diagnostic tool. Here we can look at discipline rate for this case disposition. Later on, I'll just give you a few examples of looking at disposition outcomes. Program completion rate, for example, we can look at the percentage of probations over a period of time that's successfully completed, as well as LAP program. And recidivism rate, there's a variety of ways of following up these subsequent events to look at recidivism rate and give us some sense about the long-term impact. And follow-up survey of the complaint witnesses, this is also something that we have put in place and still in the process of fine-tuning the data collection process, procedural fairness survey. Here I just listed a few elements that I think is important in order to be able to successfully implement performance metrics. However you develop the different kind of indicators, they have to be important and relevant, because when you have a lot of data, you often want to look at everything, and this needs to be focused on a manageable set of indicators. And in selecting the multiple indicators that you have the data, it has to be balanced to address different dimensions of performance. And it has to be practical and sustainable. Sustainable meaning that we have the staff and infrastructure to continually support the production of these indicators. And the next one is, I think, is the most important element in the list of these necessary conditions, which is rigorous data control and governance structure to ensure reliability of the indicators. And this is also a reflection of what I first took a look at, take a look at some of the data. The concept could be pretty straightforward, but data may not be always available. One example is recidivism. We've talked about what do we use as an indication of the subsequent follow-up event. Do we look at reoccurrence of another misconduct? Do we use, for that event, do we use the incident date, or do we use what's more readily available, which is when the time that we received the complaint? The latter is more readily available, but it could be problematic because it might occur sometime after the occurrence of the incident. We do have occurrence date, but occurrence date in our database, I looked at it, it fluctuates in terms of the percentage of cases with the data available. It fluctuates from 60% of the cases, 70% of the cases over the years. But if this be used as a measure of the recidivism, then partial data obviously wouldn't work. So we have to find alternative data source to construct this kind of a recidivism rate. After we have developed a full set of a balanced indicator, I think the most important thing is to use the data for a variety of reasons, management or discussions for different purposes, and also to provide feedback so that we can continually look at whether some of the indicators is more important than others, continue to just refine the tool. First example is I looked at all of the cases disposed in OCTC after the cases went beyond the stage of investigation. And here I break it out just the 4 categories: ALD, alternative, in lieu of discipline, dismissal, stipulation, and termination. Termination is a broad category including cases that will lead to disbarment, resignation with charges pending, or even death of the respondent. All of these in the system is coded under termination. And looking at the distribution of these disposition outcomes, you can see there's a large percentage of the cases. Here is looking at cases that results in termination of the attorney's licenses. When we shift the focus to look at attorneys involved in those cases, then you see a different proportion for those cases that result in terminations. And it makes sense that this percentage for terminations is smaller because for attorneys involved in those disbarment decisions, they tend to have a large number, on average, large number of cases involved. And it's also useful just to look at the changes in the disposition patterns over time, whether by looking at cases or attorneys. And here, 2017, a higher percentage of dismissal. That's a result also of what Justin talked about, shifting the cases from intake into investigation, and then there's a larger percentage cases moving further into trial counsel and eventually dismissed. And just taking cases resulting in termination and focusing on that particular group of cases, this chart shows what we could call disposition rate. Over the years, whether you look at cases or attorneys involved in those cases, the rate changes, and it just raises question to find more information about what accounts for that change.
Ron, I don't think I understand that graph. So what is in the blue bar?
The blue bar is the first chart showing the distribution of cases in the disposition. And in the previous chart showing distribution, shifting the focus from cases to attorney, the pattern changes. And here it's showing the percentage for termination cases, both from the perspective of counting cases as well as attorneys.
But it's 60% 80% or 80% of what? Like the blue bar in 2015 is close to 80%. What does that 80% mean?
That 80% is percentage for all of the 4 dispositions that I looked at. So whether it's stipulation, ALD, dismissal, termination in terms of cases accounts for 80% of case dispositions.
Okay.
I should also note, in looking at these dispositions, I didn't include one particular category, which is NTS. NTS, I just considered it as interim disposition because those are cases that's filed with the state bar court with final outcome still upcoming. So to the extent we have some finality of the case disposition, that's why I selected these. And there's another small category called release that's also not included in the overall disposition counts.
And what is in the red bars?
Red bar is comparing the attorneys that had termination, including disbarment and resignation, compared to all of the other attorneys with other disposition, dismissal, ALD.
So the red is termination, is disbarment.
Of attorneys.
Formal discipline on attorneys.
Right.
Compared to the other results.
Looking at the same count of attorneys, unique attorneys. So the blue bar, look at all of the cases with the 4 different results.
Go back to that chart, and then you can point out what was.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
That's right.
So the gold is what the blue is.
That's correct. So 2015, the proportion of gold is 80% here. And it's simply taking that portion and plotted it
And
into that.
termination is some form of discipline.
Your license is terminated.
Right.
Your license is terminated.
License
So
terminated.
80% of cases in 2015 that made it into investigation stage had some form of termination.
That's not closed at investigation,
That's not
moved
closed
beyond
That
investigation.
moved
Yes.
beyond investigation, resulted in some form of license termination.
Right.
Okay, that was 2015, a smaller percent in 2016, and then it grew again slightly in 2017.
Right.
Okay.
Percentage-wise, the change is not the same as total count of cases, so.
And the side-by-side comparison that you were showing with the blue and the red bars that have the vertical orientation is simply taking the gold here from the counting of cases and comparing it to the gold here, counting
Right.
attorneys. So it's he's taken the 2 gold bars, so when you look at counting of cases, it's this percentage. When you look at counting of attorneys, it's this percentage. And those are the 2 that are lined side by side here.
One of the reasons we look at percentage rather than case count, or attorney count, is percentage distribution. If you look at it over time, then it gives you a sense about the stability of decision-making process and the results of the decision. If you see big changes, then it's easier to see potentially the result of changes in the process of decision-making rules or the nature of the cases. And taking the same set of cases and taking another step to ask what happens after all of those decisions have been made, whether it's termination, termination I didn't include here, dismissal, stipulation, or ALD. Follow them, and these are 15, 16 cases. Follow them for up to current in terms of the complaints that we received for these attorneys. And this chart is just cumulatively, as the curve moves upward, that's cumulatively over time, the percentage of attorneys who subsequently had a complaint filed against them. So at the end of that curve, that's 500 days after the disposition of these 3 types, you can see about 40% for those with dismissal or stipulation had a subsequent complaint filed against them.
Really, 40%?
Yes.
That's really high.
Again, this here, we need to go back and look at whether the subsequent complaint filed occurred prior to the disposition or not. I doubt that would be the case because I compared the occurrence date and inquiry receipt date. There are variations, but usually it's within 1 month to 2 months. So even if there is a subset of the cases where occurrence and inquiry receipt date has some gap, we're following these cases for almost 2 years, and the line seems to be pretty steady over time, and that's an indication additional complaints or incidents are involved for these attorneys with these different types of dispositions.
I was going to take a moment to belabor just the reading of this type of chart because it can be a little puzzling at first if you haven't seen it. But it's a really powerful way of looking at the data. If you look at the horizontal axis, when you're at 0, that's the date when one of these events occurred, either an ALD, a DSM, or a STP, the stipulation. The DSM stands for, say again, I'm sorry?
Dismissal.
The dismissal. So what you're looking at on the horizontal axis at 0 is on day 0, nobody has recidivated because it just happened. And what it does is it takes the measure of, and it's a cumulative measure, as soon as somebody starts recidivating, you start rising up on the vertical axis, and because it's cumulative, it keeps on going up. So what you can see with the graph then is that the dismissals and stipulations, it's a much steeper rise, and more people are recidivating following those events than recidivated following the ALD as the event, and you're just looking over time up until 500 days out on the horizontal axis, with the percentages being the vertical axis, the percentage of people in those categories.
Okay. So Dag or Ron, am I reading this correctly? It seems surprising that you're saying the recidivism rate for attorneys who have a charge resolved either by stipulation, resulting in some kind of discipline presumably, versus dismissal altogether is about the same.
Yes.
So this is very surprising.
I also looked at another pair of results. One is dismissal, the other is warning. And these are cases that's resolved earlier than moving over to trial counsel. So whether it's got a warning or dismissal at intake or investigation stage, and do the same kind of follow-up, its warning cases actually got a higher recidivism rate.
One other question. How do you define recidivism? Is it receipt of another complaint or another complaint?
Right here, just based on the data that's more reliably available, I looked at subsequent events and the date of a new complaint received. The more accurate one, obviously, is the incident involved in the inquiry or complaint that occurred. We do have that, as I mentioned. We have the data for about 70% of the cases.
But is a complaint sufficient, or do you require discipline? You don't count somebody as a recidivist.
No,
Just looking at complaints.
we haven't followed up to subsequent disposition.
But it's, I think this is, I just, really, I didn't quite understand this chart when I saw it earlier, and I am quite pleased that we were able to pull this together. I think one of the things that concerned me the most when I first got to the bar is that we really had no metrics for our discipline system beyond the backlog, and coming from my background in the court system, obviously recidivism is an important and common measure there. And so I think it's just a really positive step that we start to begin to have this data. These numbers are concerning to me. It's not as high as in our criminal justice system, but it's pretty high here. And it's going to lead us down, I think, a number of paths in terms of trying to understand why and what we might do about it. And ultimately, the relationship or the role that our lawyer assistance program and our Office of Probation might play in addressing any underlying issues that are leading potentially to recidivism.
Ron, can I ask you a question on, so what happens in this calculation, the way you've done the data, if a lawyer is disciplined, disbarred, is no longer a lawyer, but holds him or herself out as one, and gets another complaint, is that in there, or is that now out because that person is not a lawyer?
I didn't look at that fourth category of cases resulting in termination, but if I do, then we'll be able to have the same kind of information.
This is all people that retain their license.
And then as I said earlier, a lot of these indicators depend on how you view the meaning and the usefulness. Recidivism, there's a variety of ways, at least in the criminal context, you can define recidivism as, if you have the data, reoccurrence of a criminal offense. But mostly we don't have that data, so we just use proxy of arrest. So a rearrest could be used to define recidivism. But someone who wants to just also have a more restricted definition, use arrest that lead to prosecution and conviction. And still others want to have just go beyond conviction and look at re-imprisonment. So there are steps of just redefining or different levels of the recidiving event to look at what's the impact as a result of making some decisions on these cases. And all of these are doable depending on how we define information and availability of the information. So our implementation plan is to assess data availability and quality and begin to construct data indicator definitions, create a series of measurements following a sequence of review, feedback, modification, and final adoption. And then incrementally over the next few months, begin to adopt and publish these indicators and to use them as a full set of performance metrics for the state bar. And throughout the development process, I think your feedback and continue to ask questions, that will be most helpful.
And what do we think we are going to be able to include in the ADR discussion for you, Jack, in terms of some of these other metrics that we've been talking about?
My understanding was that for the ADR, we were going to present this really much more as a framework, more of the type of discussion that Ron has given here about what types of steps need to be taken in order to develop these indicators and what are the indicators that we've already begun working on. So in addition to the recidivism piece, there are also indicators of customer satisfaction / access to justice, the surveys that we developed and have been making available to complaining witnesses. We've gotten very little response on those, partly we think because we're sending out links to the online surveys in hard copy letters, closing letters, and I'm thinking that a lot of people are like failing to go to their browser and type in the URL. So we have looked into sending out to a random sample of closed cases, sending out an actual email as a follow-up, or possibly also sending out hard copies. We're trying to evaluate the resources that would be required to do this, but currently our sample remains something under 50 people have responded to these online surveys, even though we've been sending them out with closing letters since September, which means that we've probably sent out at least 7,000 or 8,000 of these, and we're just not getting the response that we need. But back to the ADR issue, I think that laying out what we think are the issues, a framework of what we think are important measures, and then pointing to some of the ones that we've begun working on is what I had imagined would be in the ADR.
Michael? I just wanted to thank staff for the work they put into this and point out that this work is really crucial. The reason this work is so important is that the only metric that anybody has ever used to measure the efficacy of our discipline program is backlog. And there's an old saw in business that you get what you measure. And if the only thing you measure is backlog, then the only quality of our justice system that anybody cares about is backlog. We don't care whether the justice is done. We don't care whether people are appropriately punished. We don't care whether we deter future misconduct. We only care that this abstract number called backlog is managed. And it's created really distorted pressures inside our Office of Chief Trial Counsel to treat every case the same and focus only on the old ones, regardless of whether there was much harm or public protection to be had in any file. And I'm not faulting the people in OCTC. We created these incentives for them, and they're pursuing those incentives as rational people do. So having measurements that we can tie performance to and have people aspire to achieve that map better to the outcome we're actually trying to achieve, which is efficient, fair justice that protects the public and prevents recidivism, is crucial. Because if we adopt meaningful metrics, the legislature will adopt them too, and they will reframe the policy debate around the bar. That means it's really important that we do it well, because just as we were stuck, and the 6-month rule for backlog is obviously arbitrary, and all of our studies suggest that it's way off the mark. And it treats, again, every case as though it's the same when they're not. So it's important that we do this, period, and it's important that we do this well, and therefore, I, for one, am heartened to know that you're not going to do it immediately, because I don't know that we do important things well instantaneously. But this is more important than it appears on the surface, and I think we should give some thought to it. And then after we've looked at these numbers for a year, come back and kick the tires and see where we've gotten to.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you very, very much, Ron. Okay. I go on item. All right. So let's move to item 3D, which is a request to circulate for public comment, changes in rules, procedures, and policies to enhance the state bar's public communication mission. That's Steve. Welcome back.
Thank you. Lauren and I have been appointing musical chairs this afternoon. I do have 3 proposals. They have been consolidated into one proposal to avoid presumably additional musical chairs, but we may choose to deal with them separately. Of course, I will leave that to the board. I'll take them in the order in which they are in the agenda item and have a brief description and highlight some of the potential issues for them, and then discuss how the board may wish to proceed. The first is a proposal regarding letters of inquiry. Currently, letters of inquiry are sent via U.S. mail. There is a delay through the delivery process. There's also generally subsequent delay in the sense of we are frequently get no response to the first letter. We then send another letter, and then we decide or get in touch with the respondent, and the respondent says they never received the letter, and there's further delay. Another complaint that I have received from the defense counsel bar, the respondent defense counsel bar, is that they frequently, because we mail the letter, we give them 10 days to respond. We mail the letter, they get the letter on day 4 or 5. That has reduced their time to respond. They end up calling us asking for more time. It seems to me that a better way of handling this entire situation and more consistent with practices in other court systems is moving to more of an electronic method of communication. In order to do that, we need some clarifications of state bar rules and potentially the creation of an e-mailbox rule, which brings me to one of the potential issues, or at least the potential issue in this proposal. And that is that the e-mailbox rule, as I've called it, would create a presumption that the email was received if, modeling on the mailbox rule, if it was properly addressed and, in essence, deposited into the U.S. mail system, if it was emailed to the address that is on file from the respondent for the state bar to use for communication. Now, of course, we all recognize that there is potential that something could be caught in a spam filter or something along those lines, and certainly we accept as part of a modern society that sometimes emails, just like regular mail, is not always delivered in conformance with that. It would be a rebuttable presumption. And we could conceivably set up some sort of an internal policy where we would call them to give them a heads up, and if they haven't received it in a day or so, that they'll go check their spam filter. But that is just one issue that I wanted to bring to your attention. Nonetheless, I don't think it is fatal, such that we should not proceed with submitting these rule changes or circulating the rule changes for public comment and potentially for adoption at some point down the road. I guess I'll leave it at that point for that proposal and see if anyone has any questions on that piece of the proposal.
This might be a rural issue, but I have an attorney friend of mine, a solo practitioner in Dutch Flat, California, which probably most people don't know where it is, but I'm sure Michael does, has not been able to access his state bar profile for at least a couple of years now, and isn't able to communicate electronically via email with the state bar for a reason none of us have ever been able to figure out. This is just somebody I know. I don't know how expansive this problem is. I don't know if it's a rural issue. His particular provider is a problem, but I just don't know. I think this is a good idea, and I definitely think we should put the rule out for public comment, but I don't know if there's a solution to that, if this is what we're going to do. I don't expect he's going to get a letter from the diary, of course, but I'm sure there's other people out there that are having a similar problem. So I just want to bring that to your attention.
I appreciate that. I have not heard of that issue, and I don't know whether it's an issue on the internet service provider side or on our side. I'd be interested in knowing more about it so we could see if we could get to the bottom of it and determine whether it's happening to other people. I would certainly encourage, and maybe as part of the publication of the either circulation for public comment or of any rule that is eventually adopted in relation to this, we could include some publication in the state bar newsletters. I don't know if the person is receiving that, for example, but then can't log into the website and can't send emails back to the bar or what, but maybe see if we could sweep those people up into a group where we could get some idea of what's going on.
Any other questions? Or is the best way to do this to move on to the next one, or to take it one at a time?
I think we may as well move on to the next one. I think we have one resolution that sort of encompasses all of them, which of course is capable of being modified.
Okay.
So the next proposal has to do with the confidentiality rules, and the purpose of this is really to bring the rule in line with current practices and to clarify the effect of disclosure of information. Currently, the rule includes the president of the state bar being able to disclose information. That really is not how the state bar operates anymore. At the time, or since then, the Board of Trustees has delegated the discipline system exclusively to the Office of Chief Trial Counsel. And so we would be the ones that would be making any decisions about disclosure of information and the appropriate circumstances under which any disclosure would be made. So it makes sense to remove the president, not only for that reason, but also because the president no longer exists. And so that change makes sense. The other changes are around two issues. One is allowing the state bar explicitly to do something that I believe that the state bar is already authorized to do, and that is to have language translation and interpretation services deal with some of our victims who do not speak English, such that we can understand and process their complaints. Anything else would be, frankly, tantamount to ignoring their complaints and would be unacceptable. So we have to have the ability to involve interpretation and translation services. And finally, the other issue that I'm looking to resolve with this is to ensure that the language is consistent with what is actually a disclosure of information. The rule talks about waiver of confidentiality, and the way that the rule is written, it's not actually our confidentiality right to waive. It's not our privilege, if you will. In the attorney-client privilege area, it's the client's privilege to waive. In this area, it's the respondent's confidentiality to waive. And so we're not, in my view, really waiving confidentiality when we do something that we are authorized to do. We are disclosing information while complying with that. And so there's just some mere wordsmithing, if you will, in the sense of changing that from a waiver of confidentiality. Because, for example, I would not deem that to be a waiver of confidentiality such that if somebody else came and asked me for pursuant to a public records request or something like that, I would like this information about this attorney because you waived confidentiality when you reported it to so-and-so law enforcement agency. I would not deem that to be a waiver of confidentiality, and I certainly would not deem it to be a waiver of any defenses or exemptions under the California Public Records Act. So that's the purpose of that. And I guess I would at this point open it up for any questions on that portion of the proposal.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, the respondent doesn't have a right to their own file. It's not like they have access to any of this information. So is it really their confidentiality to waive? They can't get a copy of any of this stuff.
Well, to a certain extent, they are entitled to at least portions of the file in the sense of we have an obligation to give them discovery, to provide them discovery. But that's not really, I think, what the point of your question is. No, it's not their right to confidentiality in the sense of that they can request the entire file, something along those lines. Instead, I think that it is built so that they may make the choice so that they can make, for example, some sort of public statement saying, hey, this is going on and I didn't do it, or it's not me, or whatever it is. The point is that the rule of confidentiality, I believe, is intended to bind the state bar in the form of the Office of Chief Trial Counsel. Is not intended to bar the respondent.
But you have to have charges filed against you to be able to get that stuff. A respondent, I'm using that term loosely because if no charges are brought, you may technically not be a respondent. But you don't have any right whatsoever to the file if no charges are brought. So you can't waive confidentiality as to yourself.
No, you.
I mean, if you could, the respondent could say, I waive confidentiality, I'd like a copy of the file, please.
No, I don't think, I agree with you. I don't think that's how it works. I think the issue here is, first of all, it may be it may be improper, but we generally refer to them as respondents whether they have filed charges or not. If they're the subject of an investigation, they are a respondent in our insular view. However, I agree that it's not a situation where they're going to waive confidentiality and then demand the file and we're going to comply with that. I see that instead as, hey, look, they have the opportunity to say, oh, no, I waive confidentiality, you can make a public statement about what's going on in my case, and then we have the opportunity to decline to make that statement, if we choose. That's written into the rule.
I'm just wondering if the complainant is really the one that has the right to keep the information out, and if they need to be the one waiving the confidentiality, because we keep their identities confidential, even the respondent doesn't know initially that unless the charges are filed, who's bringing the charge against them.
Well, in certain circumstances they may, because we may need to go to them and say, in fact we're required by the rules to go to them and say, here are some allegations, what is your response? And so in some senses they may either know or be able to discern who the complainant is.
This is very confusing.
Go ahead, Sean.
Well, probably just enhance the confusion by explaining. But I think the proposal is well taken because I think Steve's right that confidentiality exists mostly, maybe not entirely, to protect the confidentiality of attorneys who, not whom a complaint is made, but ultimately the office decides not to pursue the charges. Right. But I also agree that we can't analogize it to an evidentiary privilege and the holder of the privilege and who's the holder. So I think the idea, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, is to get rid of the language of waiver because that's really something we think of for the privilege doctrines, in part because the code gives your office the right, and really you, to give to make certain disclosures, notwithstanding the general concept of confidentiality, but to clarify that each of those disclosures isn't a waiver of confidentiality in general, so it doesn't entitle third parties to come in and demand disclosures. In the same way that if someone discloses attorney-client privilege information, that is usually a waiver as the entire world can result in compelled disclosure of the same material. I think that's the general concept behind your proposal.
I think that's exactly right, yes.
Any other questions? You want to take the third one?
Sure. So the third one is a proposal regarding consumer alerts. And this one I think is probably significantly more controversial than the other two. And so I had drafted it in the form of a proposal, and a proposal to circulate for public comment without any endorsement necessarily. But I also can, in essence, bring it to you as a discussion item, because I think there is probably some input that everyone here may want to have. Some of the items are less controversial than others, but I wanted to sort of bring them all to you at the same time so it didn't look like I was necessarily piecemealing them. And for that reason, the board may choose to either send some out to public comment and reserve others, or quite possibly reserve the whole thing together, and then at some point down the road, after other comments have been made, send the entire package, or whatever is left of the entire package, out for public comment. So I point that out from the get-go. There are really 5 parts to this proposal, and just to confuse things more, I've subdivided one of those parts into 2 just to confuse it. So I'll start with what in my mind are the least controversial parts, and we'll ratchet up the controversy from there. So the first part is the Superior Court assumption of jurisdiction over an attorney's caseload. This proposal would authorize the posting of a consumer alert on the State Bar profile page of a licensee whenever the Superior Court assumes jurisdiction over an attorney's practice. For example, this happens in circumstances where the attorney is unable to practice law because of death, incapacity, suspension from practice, or disbarment. The rationale, of course, is that when the practice of an attorney has been assumed by the court, would be important for the public, clients, courts, and opposing counsel to be informed of that status, that they are, in essence, not entitled to practice law or unable to practice law. This consumer alert would be removed from the licensee's State Bar profile page after the Superior Court order is rescinded or ended. The second piece of this proposal is in regard to inactive enrollments, suspensions, disbarments, and resignations with charges pending. The purpose here is that we would protect the public by authorizing consumer alerts whenever an attorney is placed on involuntary inactive enrollment, suspended, disbarred, or resigns for certain specified reasons. When an attorney has been suspended or disbarred, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, they are not qualified or not authorized to practice law, and therefore it is important for the public, potential clients, current clients, the courts, and opposing counsel to understand and to have that knowledge. The consumer alert would be removed if and when the attorney returns to active practice, or to active status, excuse me. The third piece of that is the imposition of discipline, and that is if an attorney is placed on probation or is issued a public reproval with conditions, a consumer alert would be posted stating that they have been placed on probation or reproval with conditions. And again, it is important for the public to have this information in making determinations as to the status of their own cases and whether to proceed with that attorney. The issue here is that the alert or notice would simply direct the consumer's attention down to the lower portion of the page where the disciplinary and related actions information is already placed. Right now, we have for example, post-filing, but pre-decision, we have the filing document, the notice of disciplinary charges, and any response, if any, by the respondent. That information is later replaced with the decision from the court as to what the recommendation is in the order, etc. So this would be a flag, in essence, at the top of the page, directing their attention down to the bottom such that they can be sure to have that information. Obviously, this consumer alert would be removed when the approval conditions have been met or the period of probation ends. And here, with number 4, is where we start moving into at least potentially more controversial grounds. And this is the felony charges pending in court piece of the proposal. And this proposal would authorize the posting of consumer alerts whenever felony charges are filed against an attorney in court. And there is an argument that the attorney has not at this point been convicted of anything. So it is potentially problematic to put a consumer alert on the attorney's profile page. I think we can all understand, certainly, that the bar has certain statutory requirements, as do prosecutors, criminal prosecutors in this state. Prosecutors are required by law to disclose to the state bar the pendency of any action against an attorney charging a felony or a misdemeanor, according to the Business and Professions Code. Prosecutors, similarly, are required to notify the state bar of the filing of an information or indictment charging an attorney with a felony. The state bar is required by law to disclose to any member of the public so inquiring any information reasonably available to the state bar pursuant to these sections. What that means to me is that if somebody called the state bar and said, I'm looking at hiring this attorney, what can you tell me about them? We have an obligation to provide, assuming that we were provided with information by criminal prosecutors, and this individual had been charged with a felony, we have an obligation, a statutory obligation, to provide that information to that member of the public. Because we have the website for communication, the state bar profile for communication with the public, if somebody goes to the state bar profile page of that attorney to look up their status, if you will, if that information is not included on that page, it seems to me that we may be unwillingly or unknowingly deterring them from making a phone call to ask us the question that we would otherwise give them the answer to. And as a result, I think it is incumbent on us, in order to comply with our statutory obligations, to provide that information on the website, which is, after all, the reason that we are providing the website in the first place. The consumer alert would be removed from the licensee state bar profile page upon verification of notice to the state bar that the charges have been dismissed or reduced from a felony to a misdemeanor, or upon the filing of a decision or an order of the state bar court adjudicating whatever the facts of the underlying criminal case were. The fifth piece that is referred to in the agenda item involves the substantial threat of harm proceedings and the filing of the notice of disciplinary charges. The filing of the notice of disciplinary charges, I think, is probably the most controversial piece of this. So I'll deal with the substantial threat of harm piece first. This proposal would authorize posting of the consumer alert whenever OCTC files a petition alleging that an attorney should be placed on inactive status because he or she poses a substantial threat of harm to the public or to their clients, pursuant to Business and Professions Code 6007, paren C, paren 1 through 3. Of course, we can rely on the earlier stated rationale that when something like this occurs, it is serious enough that any potential clients and current clients, and frankly, again, opposing counsel in the courts, need to have this information in order to determine what will happen with their own cases and whether they should proceed with retaining this individual counsel. The consumer alert would be removed from the licensee's state bar profile page if the charges or petition in this case is dismissed, or upon the filing of a decision or order of the state bar court adjudicating that disciplinary proceeding. Now, of course, we have earlier in this proposal, we have other alerts that may or may not go up at that point as a result of the adjudication of those proceedings. And finally, the most controversial, I think, is the filing of the notice of disciplinary charges. We currently allow the filing of a consumer alert in a very narrow set of circumstances where the Office of Chief Trial Counsel provides or files a charge or charges alleging 15 or more counts of loan modification fraud, or $25,000 or more in misappropriation of client funds. Now, obviously, those are significant. One could make the argument, however, if we have filed a charge for 15 counts of failure to perform, is it not equally in the potential client's best interest to know about that information just as much as it is to know whether they had 15 charges of or cases of loan modification fraud? Obviously, there is a countervailing consideration, and that is, as is pointed out and would be part of the disclaimer, that these charges have not been proven. They are allegations only, and there is a potentially significant impact on the lawyer's practice. And I think at that point, how the alert or notice is formulated and whatever form it takes on the website is important there. And I say that for this reason, because currently, as I mentioned earlier, that charging document, that notice of disciplinary charges, is posted on their profile page already, along with any response that they make. So that alert, if you will, could be, again, simply directing them down to the lower part of the page, which you have to scroll down to get to, because when you go to that website, you go to verify that this is the attorney, and you do that by, oh, hey, where'd they go to school? Yeah, that's the diploma I saw on the wall, and what's the law firm, what's their address, etc. That's the top portion of the page, and it's only if you scroll down that you see that other information. What I, as interested in protecting the public, would like to make sure is that the public doesn't go to that website, check to, yeah, that's the attorney, his status is active, and we think that in essence there's a clean bill of health. Now, there are a number of ways that we may be able to word an alert in these circumstances, and it certainly may not rise to the same level of an alert in the other circumstances, or at least in some of those other circumstances that I earlier mentioned. It could be as simple as one member of your order previously remarked to me that maybe it's a consideration of how the website is constructed, and maybe it's simply moving the visibility of that section of the website to a different area so that it's more visible or more highly visible. And so any of those, I think, may be appropriate for this board to consider. So that's a summary of the proposals that I have for this portion of it.
Thanks, Steve. All very strong public protection proposals. See, Michael, go ahead.
I'd like to move that we move forward with all of the proposals except for the notice of disciplinary charges proposal. And on that, I'd like to see that come back to us for further discussion with some graphical support to give us a picture of exactly what you're proposing so that we can have a sense of it. Because while I think the public protection objective is plain and something we should be pursuing, we also want to balance it with a sense of justice, because it is just a charge, it's not a conviction yet. It's not a conclusion yet. So that would be my motion, which would be move the whole package except for the consumer alert piece, and to bring the consumer alert piece back for further discussion with a little more input.
Is that an attachment now?
So that's a motion, Michael.
Can you provide, so would that include this entire section on Title V here, or the board policy statement only?
So if I may.
Please.
I believe that the Title III Rule 2409 involves the letters of inquiry along with Rule 5.104. Those are both involved in Proposal 1 and set forth in Attachment A. Title III Division 2, 2302 is the confidentiality rule. That is Proposal 2 or Sub-Proposal 2. And it is only the board policy statements in Attachment E that pertains to the consumer alert.
So it's all except for the board policy statement. Board policy statement will come back.
Sorry. So Michael, you're proposing that for the first two items that Steve proposed, proceed?
Correct.
Okay, and then for the third item that encompasses all the different levels of consumer alerts, felony, OCTC, notice that we hold until we can see, get more information about how this is presented on our website.
I'd like to see that come back in May with a little graphical support.
So that would be all 5 of the suggested things in the third category?
I think that's the best way to divide this up, but I'm open to persuasion.
Right, so it's, on the third item, there are subparts, which you are talking about, Mark. So,
Right.
So Michael is making a motion to hold all 5 of those subparts of 3 back. But he also said he has an open mind.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I certainly have issue with the charged felony, particularly with regard to how you describe that it was after an information or indictment. In other words, there's a probable cause finding before either of those documents are filed, which is significantly different than simply charging or filing a complaint where there has been no such finding. So I'd like to get a little more rational on that as well.
Absolutely, and I understand the concern there and the difference. The one thing I would point out is that criminal prosecutors have the obligation to report to the state bar both of those things. The pendency of any action, charging an attorney with either a felony or a misdemeanor, and a concomitant obligation to inform the state bar of the filing of an information or indictment. So the obligation for them to provide that information applies both pre-probable cause filing and post-probable cause filing, and the obligation of the state bar, it appears to me, extends to both any knowledge gleaned from either of those two reporting obligations.
I understand the government's obligation to report, but we're talking about red flagging a lawyer in that early process.
Understood. And certainly it may be that this board determines that the best policy to circulate for public comment would be, for example, that the posting of the website would only occur after the filing of an indictment or information.
So Mark, is that a second of Michael's
Yes.
motion? Okay, so now we have a motion. Further discussion? Joanna?
I think it would help if we submitted along with public comment. I agree with Michael's suggestion. And I think it would be helpful when we do submit these for public comment, we have what the consumer alert will look like for each, so we can receive public comment on those as well. So we're just doing it at one time, perhaps having the consumer alert language part of what we're proposing. Back in 2013, when this came to the board, this was a very different board with very different focus. And we've kind of had a paradigm shift since then, and we certainly aren't looking out for the best interest of lawyers here. And we definitely want to look at this through the right lens in that respect. It's what's the best for consumers, and we need to be sensitive to the issues that might obviously be a due process concern, but we need to really focus on what we're letting the consumers of legal services know. And I think it's good that you brought this back up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? So let me just offer a counterpoint. I was sort of where you were, Joanna and Michael, when we were having our private, not private, but our 2-week phone calls. But I'm sort of convinced by the roadmap you've given, Steve, as to why we would do these things pursuant to statute. And I haven't heard any comment yet relating to whether what we're proposing is inconsistent with our statutory obligations. I mean, I see all the rules on 5 under 3 is very pro-consumer public protection proposals that, regardless of where it falls on the website or in the form of the notice, accomplishes, because those are all things we could work on, accomplishes a very strong public policy relating to charges against the lawyer, regardless of whether it meets a certain threshold, notice of discipline charges against a lawyer, and particularly with the felony, given the consistencies with the statute. So I'm talking while thinking about this because we are just sending it out to public comment as well and not making a final decision. And we start the process sooner rather than later, I guess, is the only counterpoint to that. So, interesting thing about. So, any other comments?
Steve, what does attachment F, what does that depict?
That is a mock-up of what the consumer alert, and I guess I would I could characterize it as the more high visibility consumer alert currently looks like on the State Bar website. For example, a loan modification matter that involves more than 15 cases. That is the current consumer alert. Now, that's not to say, for example, that we couldn't have some of these not look like that, but instead not have the red outline and say notice. Please look below. Something along those lines. But that is exactly what that is.
So to Michael's point then, Michael, do you want a full mock-up, I guess, consistent with attachment F, showing what each, I guess, sub point would look like?
Yes, I'm trying to get a picture of what we're talking about. And I'm not unsupportive of the proposal. I'm thinking that we need a deliberative process in order to achieve consensus.
I guess to help me do that, should I bring back several different iterations of it, the consumer alert, then with an option for a notice, and then maybe a redesign of the web page such that it would be in a different location?
I think the chair and vice chair in your weekly call can help you frame what we need.
Great.
Sean?
Yeah, I think one of the issues that it's helpful to work over more is whether to keep the 2-tier system we have now. So particularly with just each and every notice of disciplinary charges. So as Steve explained, those are available to the public on the website now, and the question is whether to put this sort of consumer alert on them. Or whether to just change the web design so that it can't be said that it's inconspicuous in the way it's disclosed now, which could include a little box at the top with different language. And so there's sort of a distinction between making the material available versus commentary on it, and how we should calibrate the commentary as it is based on the severity of the issue, whether it's a felony charge, whether it's a petition to put someone on involuntary inactive status, which usually involves very serious misconduct. It has a much higher standard with an OCTC, as I understand it. So we thought we might hone those things a little bit more because they present different issues.
Thanks, Sean. Any other comments?
Has the motion been seconded?
It has been. So motion made by Michael, seconded by Mark. You know, I'm thinking about this. I'm in favor of sending it out for public comment because I think we can work on the formatting issues. I may be by my lonesome on this, but with that, I think I'm going to call a roll call vote.
And the motion is to strike the item that is in red line here, board policy statements as said. So the others would go up to public comment. This would not.
Motion
That's
is
the
to adopt the resolution as yes.
With the strike.
Thank you. Fox.
Yes.
LeBron. Collins, Mendoza.
Yes.
Petula.
Yes.
Soleil.
Yes.
Spector.
Yes.
Stallings.
Yes.
Steinbrecher.
Yes.
Stevens.
Yes.
I don't get to call on you because you're the chair and we're not breaking a tie.
I already registered my view.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay. 3, adoption of resolution in support of Senate confirmation of Steve as chief trial counsel.
So moved.
Any further discussion?
No.
Please, no.
Roll call vote.
So it's on the
Gotta see
screen,
it.
and we have a copy.
But as we take 30 seconds to read this, I just want to, again, voice my continuing support for Steve. He's doing a fine job, and I will do everything in my power to get you a date and convey the full support of RAD to your eventual confirmation. So with that, any other further discussion? That's 30 seconds. Okay, I can substitute the roll call.
Can we do that without Renee present?
She wasn't on the last.
Let's make it dramatic. Here's the last roll call. Yes, we can.
Please do that too.
Okay.
Yeah, because you can go off the last one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So with that, and no more business before RAD, I will adjourn this meeting.
Let's take a 5-minute biology break. We'll start promptly at 4:30, and I think we can get out of here by about 5 or 5:15.